that Act came into place. Serving members of the security forces. They deserve truth. But what we must also do is ensure that we provide the protection for veterans as we move forward, so they are not subject to what the honourable member mentions, which is lawfare, or indeed the process becoming the punishment for veterans as we move forward.
Mark Francois.
Labour's currently stalled remedial order would specifically make it easier for Gerry Adams and his friends to sue the British taxpayer whilst throwing our army veterans, many of them recruited from red wall seats, to the wolves. So after everything they've put Labour backbenchers through in recent months, are Number 10 and ministers really intending to press ahead with this madness and do Gerry Adams a favour at the expense of the soldiers who opposed him? Are they pressing ahead with the remedial order, yes or no?
The honourable member missing the point. You're trying to divide the House, you're trying to divide veterans, you're trying to divide the armed forces community, and it's got to stop. The reality is we are going to produce a legislation that will allow families to get to the truth. Put yourself in the shoes of the families that have lost loved ones. And then secondly, put yourself in the shoes of the veterans, of which I am a Northern Ireland veteran, and accept that if the protections are in place to ensure that the process doesn't come to punishment, we've got a good solution.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker, please.
Mr.
Speaker, in June at the Hague Summit, all 32 NATO nations agreed to step up and increase spending on national security to 5% by 2035. And I'm proud that this Labour government played a leading part in the discussions that led to that historic agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow we will vote on a bill which shamefully gives up the sovereignty of our military base in Diego Garcia. Given the commitment to spend more on defence, can the Secretary of State confirm if the money spent on Chagos will be included in our declared NATO spend?
Mr. Speaker, I have to say to the honourable gentleman, the investment in Diego Garcia is a great investment in the defence and intelligence partnership with the United States. Together we do things from Diego Garcia that cannot be done elsewhere. We do things together that we do not do with other nations. The deal is worth less than 0.2% of the annual defence budget. And how is it that the Conservatives have got themselves on the wrong side of this argument about national security when we stand alongside the US as our closest allies?
Callum Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, Britain's commitment to the 5% NATO target clearly sends a strong signal of our resolve, but that pledge must command public confidence that that money will be spent wisely. So can the Secretary of State provide more detail on how he's working with the Treasury, the Cabinet Office and others to ensure that every additional pound of public investment in defence delivers value for money for the taxpayer?
Well, my honourable friend is right. It isn't just how much the government spends, it's how well the government spends. And Mr. Speaker, you will remember that under the previous government, the Public Accounts Committee branded our defence procurement system as broken. We're reforming procurement, and that will be part of my honourable friend's statement this afternoon on the defence industrial strategy. But at the heart, we made a commitment to the British people at the last election that we would raise defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. We are doing that. We are doing that 3 years early. This is a government that is delivering for defence and delivering for Britain.
Right, let us go to Sir Julian Lewis.
When the Defence Secretary says that the Chagos giveaway will amount to no more than 0.2% of our defence budget, that suggests that the cost of the Chagos giveaway will in fact come out of the defence budget, doesn't it?
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, both the Foreign Secretary and I have been consistent, taken across the range. The cost of the settlement with Mauritius for Diego Garcia is split, but MOD and FCDO. For defence, our commitment is less than 0.2% of the defence budget. It is a good investment for this country. It gives us the sovereign right to operate that base with the Americans for the next 99 years.
Okay, Kirst.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the leadership displayed by the Prime Minister and Defence Secretary and our commitment to the historic 5% pledge. What steps will NATO take to further strengthen our response to growing Russian aggression?
Mr. Speaker, the response of NATO has produced exactly the contrary results that President Putin would have wanted when he invaded Ukraine 3.5 years ago. NATO is now bigger, 32 nations strong, and in that June summit, the commitment that all 32 nations have made to increase national security spending by 2035 to 5% is a strong deterrent message to Putin and to Russia and to other adversaries, and it will make NATO stronger and bigger and stronger in order to deter in the years ahead.
So, Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I congratulate the Honourable and Gallant Lady for North East Derbyshire and the Honourable Gentleman for Plymouth Sutton Devon on their promotions, but can I also send my best wishes to the Honourable Lady for Liverpool Garston. It was always a pleasure to work with her. On defence spending, Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State confirm what percentage of GDP will be used to set the cost envelope for the Defence Investment Plan?
Mr. Speaker, when we've settled our Defence Investment Plan, when we produce our annual report and accounts, the data that the Honourable Gentleman seeks will be clear, will be set out in the customary way to this House.
Right, let's just go back to James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the answer, interestingly, is not 3.5%. It's not 3%, it's not even 2.6%. Those are the figures we declare to NATO, not the MOD's budget. But as the then Armed Forces Minister confirmed to me last week in written answer, the amount we will spend on the Defence Investment Plan comes entirely from the MOD's departmental budget. Therefore, the actual figure for funding our future defence equipment is just 2.2% by 2027, with no funded plans to go any higher. I simply ask, given the threats we face, is 2.2% enough?
It should come as no surprise to anyone that the Defence Investment Plan will be funded from the defence budget. That's exactly what will happen. It will be funded and it will be supported by the record increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, supported by the £5 billion extra in the budget this year and an aim to spend 3% during the next Parliament. Mr. Speaker, these are commitments that the previous Conservative government had 14 years to make and never made. This is a government that is delivering for defence and delivering for Britain.
Sarah Dyke.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I would like to thank the honourable member for their question. Defence as a whole has accepted 33 recommendations from the Women in the Armed Forces report, Mr. Speaker. We have 2 outstanding elements still in train: the results of an Armed Forces sexual harassment survey and the veteran strategy with a specific female veteran section. Both will be released in the autumn. On top of this, we have a tri-service complaint system, which I personally brought in, and the Violence Against Women and Girls Task Force to make sure that any woman can serve with safety and pride.
Mr. Speaker, the Atherton report published in 2021 surveyed 4,000 female service personnel and veterans. It revealed that 62% had been victims of bullying, discrimination, harassment or sexual assault during their service. So does the Minister recognise that at a time when we are expanding our armed forces, we must improve the overall experience of women in the military, protect female personnel and help service women achieve their full potential?
I'd like to thank the honourable member, and I couldn't agree more. And I'd like to highlight that we, obviously, within our Minister for Armed Forces, have an individual who has lived experience of being a female in the Armed Forces. It's really important to mention an individual that sits in the bottom of the command chain. If they are experiencing a problem, where do they go? Where do they seek help? Who do they complain to? You can't do it within the chain of command in some cases. It may not be appropriate, you may not want to. And that's why the Violence Against Women and Girls Task Force is so important, and the tri-service complaint system. It will allow people to come outside of the command chain, raise those issues, and make sure they're dealt with appropriately.
Peter Bedford.
Question 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister has made tackling small boats and closing every asylum hotel a priority. Last week I met with cross-government ministerial colleagues to discuss how Defence will contribute to that work. We have deployed a military planning team to assist the Border Security Command and the Home Office to look at military and non-military sites for temporary but adequate housing so we can accelerate closing asylum hotels.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The safety and security of my constituents is my #1 priority. But given the national security risk posed by some of those crossing the English Channel illegally, I would ask the Minister to re-look at using military assets to physically stop those small boats landing in the first place. Will he do that today?
Well, I'm grateful for his question and I share his passion for keeping our country safe. Can I refer him to the work of Isotrope, which was a military operation undertaken by the last Conservative government that put the Navy in charge of securing the English Channel. It concluded that naval assets were not suitable for that task. It's already a dangerous crossing, and they concluded that military assets only made it more dangerous, which is why the armed forces now are assisting the Home Office and Border Security Command in looking about how we can provide that accommodation to close the asylum hotels, how we can speed up the processing of asylum applications, something the government that he backed shamefully stopped when they were in power. There's a lot of work to do, but we're making progress.
Tam Singh Desi, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In light of the Minister's comments that he and the government are considering using military barracks to house asylum seekers, and while I thank him for his efforts to help address the small boats crisis, I personally, by providing logistical planning support, I personally do not feel that operational responsibility for this should not fall to our armed forces. The experience of Operation Isotrope under the Boris Johnson government, widely criticised by the Defence Committee previously for causing confusion, reputational risk and straining our already pressured military, serves as a clear warning. So can the Minister issue ironclad assurances to the House that any future MOD involvement within this field will be strictly limited, clearly defined and will not strain our already pressured military?
Well, can I thank my friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, for his question. The Ministry of Defence is part of the cross-government response to small boats. We're stepping up our support in order to assist our colleagues in the Home Office. The Home Office remain the lead department for this, but as every government department can contribute something to this effort, it's right that the Ministry of Defence does so, but we continue to protect the nation and deliver the changes as laid out in the Strategic Defence Review. That remains our #1 priority, to keep this country safe.
Sam Carr.
Question number 7, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's question. As I will shortly outline to the House, as part of the launch of the Defence Industrial Strategy, this government will set out an ambitious skills package. The package will grow, retain and develop the well-paid, high-skilled workforce the UK requires to boost jobs and make defence an engine for growth in every nation and region of the country.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I visited RAF Whitton in Huntingdonshire, which employs many of my constituents. Under the new Cyber and Specialist Operations Command, Whitton provides a critical part of our defence intelligence. And their plans to expand the work of the base will provide significant career opportunities for my constituents in northern Huntingdonshire. And the Honourable Member for Huntingdon was there too, yes. Does the Minister agree that...
Please. I don't want cross-benches relationships being broken on whose constituency or not. Sam Carr.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree that developing the defence industry in Huntingdonshire will unlock local growth and prosperity, and can they outline how we will support skills development to ensure my constituents can access these opportunities?
I thank my friend for his question. He's a real champion of his constituents who work at RAF Whitton, and for all those who could work in terms of the expanded opportunities that I have spoken to the member for Huntingdon about. And I'm glad there is cross-party support for the investment that this government could make. There's a real opportunity to use defence as an engine for growth, creating more opportunities for our young people in particular. And I'd be very happy to meet my honourable friend and the gentleman opposite to discuss how we can further develop this in a spirit of cross-party consensus about the opportunity at hand.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Charles Stuart Parnell came to this place and used British institutions against the British state. And now in Scotland we have First Minister John Swinney, who's a kind of pound shop Parnell, because although we're hearing much about defence infrastructure across the UK, the SNP government has a presumption against supporting defence industries in Scotland. What are we going to do about this? Defence sits here, not in Holyrood.
Well, can I thank him? This government's approach is to create jobs and opportunity with that increasing defence budget in every part of the United Kingdom, including in Scotland. The Norway frigate deal highlights that how a UK government selling our wares and our expertise on the global stage can provide additional jobs, 4,000 jobs from the frigate deal across the UK, 2,000 in Scotland. And while the SNP government have been dithering on defence, this Labour government has been delivering.
Tom Gordon.
Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Well,
just like to say, it's a huge honour to be here, and I'm very honoured. We inherited a real crisis in recruitment and retention. This government is renewing the contract with those who serve, giving the largest pay rise in 20 years and allocating an extra £1.5 billion to fix forces housing and establish a new Armed Forces Commissioner. It is clear that our actions are having an effect. On recruitment, inflow continues to improve and is up 13% year on year, and applications to join the armed forces and intakes to basic training both continue to remain high. On retention, morale had been falling year on year with more people leaving than joining, but we have started to reverse that decline with 11% reduction in outflow year on year.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the honourable member to her place. Over the last year, I've had the privilege of taking part in the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme. I've met with people across the UK and beyond. One of the issues that comes up when it comes to retention is that for overseas workers of Armed Forces families, they can't have access to work opportunities. There's no specific visas or agreements with other countries where our armed forces are based, meaning that they often have to take pay cuts or not relocate with their partners in the forces. Will the Minister look at this and what we can do to support workers overseas of armed forces?
I thank the honourable member for raising this issue. I myself served overseas and saw this issue firsthand. Discussions with the Cabinet Office are ongoing, and I hope to update the member in due course.
Good standby.
Speaker, the brave men and women who serve in our armed forces are the very best among us. I'm looking forward to the RAF Town Show coming to Falkirk this weekend to learn more about our RAF personnel. The cumulative 10.5% pay rise for non-officers since last July and an additional £1.5 billion committed to service housing, showing that this government is committed to upholding the Armed Forces Covenant. What further actions are ministers considering to recognise and retain our armed forces personnel?
I thank the honourable member for his question. As he has rightly referred to, the largest pay rise in 20 years, and I'm particularly delighted that, now we can say that no member of the armed forces is paid below the national living wage. Of course, we have a lot more to do, and I am very much looking forward to getting to work on this, and I hope to have a meeting with the honourable member to discuss further.
Helen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the member for North East Derbyshire, a fellow female veteran, and the member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport and their new appointments. Reserve forces are a vital component of the British Army, and I welcome the government's commitment to increasing reserve forces by at least 20%, but the lack of a clear timeline, plan and funding is not good enough. The report by the Public Accounts Committee agrees with this and revealed that many training sites are in the wrong locations and their condition has declined. Good training sites in the right locations are vital to increasing our reserves. So will the government today share a firm timeline for completing the estate optimisation programme and securing funding for the next stages?
I thank the honourable member for her congratulations and for her question. She raises a really valid point. You're absolutely right that there is more that we need to do in this particular area. I'm afraid I'm not able to provide a specific timeline here, but I will keep that question in mind and hope to update it in due course.
Lennon Jones.
Question number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer questions 9, 12, 15 and 19 together. And I think the amount of questions on this issue sort of highlights the importance of the subject of cadets for both sides, indeed all sides of the House. We have highlighted in the SDR that we're going to increase the cadets by 30% by 2030 with 70 million of funding. And that's existing cadet forces, but also looking at where new cadet forces could be put in areas of social demographic requirement. And that will give kids across the country fantastic opportunities to allow them to flourish and thrive both in school and as they move to the end of education.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As one of the first female cadets in Scotland during the mid-80s, no, I don't look old enough, I know how transformative the cadet experience can be, yet now in 2025 girls only make up a third of our cadet force. What more can my right honourable friend, the Minister, do to ensure that joining the cadets is seen as an exciting opportunity for girls as well as boys? And will my right honourable friend join me on a visit to the brilliant cadet units in my constituency of Kilmarnock and Loudon to see these brilliant young people in action?
Well, I'd like to thank you very much for the honourable friend for what is a really important point. The cadet forces are an inclusive organisation. I've been absolutely delighted going all over the country, whether it be from Cornwall to just the summer camp I went to a couple of weeks ago to see the diversity of the cadets. It's actually far better in some cases than the armed forces. Currently we have 36% of community-based cadets are female, 39% school-based cadets are female, and this is a positive and important trend, and I'm hopefully and encouragingly hope it's going to continue over time.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was delighted to be also my school, King Edward School Combined Cadet Force in the RAF section. And until recently I was on the board of the West Midland Reserve Forces and Cadets Association. I was actually quite pleased to see the lofty ambitions of the government to increase cadet sizes. But I was very worried to see the comments by the Public Accounts Committee, which recently said that there is a distinct lack of detail and funding to achieve those numbers. Without the funding and without the detail, surely these plans and numbers are just meaningless, aren't they?
So I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I think there's two different issues here. The first one is about expanding the cadet forces 30% by 2030. There's 70 million behind that, and the plan is being developed how to deliver it. The second point you raised about the Public Accounts Committee is around the Reserve Forces and Cadets Association, primarily around infrastructure, which we're also working on now. That's a legacy issue. We're trying to rejuvenate it and make sure that the accommodation and indeed the infrastructure is best fit for purpose for the cadets and the reserves as we move forward.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I also welcome my gallant friend to her place on the front bench. Before recess, I was lucky enough to visit Harlow and District Air Cadets and see the wonderful work they do supporting young people from across Harlow, teaching them skills, teaching them the leadership skills, and also building that sense of community. Would the Minister join me in congratulating Harlow and District Air Cadets for the work they do and recognise the importance that all types of cadets, but in this case Air Cadets, make to communities like mine in Harlow, and particularly working class communities?
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member 110%. Cadets is all about social mobility. It's about giving kids opportunity, getting them up and out, and that's what Labour is all about. The Air Cadets, from my perspective, are amazing. I went to the summer camp. They had flying, anyone from being in a year, flying planes, STEM, sports, flying drones, and it truly was absolutely outstanding. And I would like to congratulate the Harlow Cadets, Air Cadets, and hopefully at some point I'll get to visit them in due course.
Josh Balverin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Eastbourne's mighty Sea Cadets celebrate their 115th birthday this year, but their future is being put under threat by rising energy bills that are making running the operation less and less sustainable, the same with many other cadets across the country. Will the Minister share how the government will support the likes of the Eastbourne Sea Cadets with energy bills so that they can continue their incredible impact on local young people and our armed forces more generally?
So I'd like to just say that the Air Cadets are fantastic, the Sea Cadets are fantastic, and the Army Cadets are amazing. And they're all amazing. I would love to take on this issue, so please write to me with the details and we'll have a look at what we can do. But absolutely, huge admiration for the Sea Cadets in your constituency. And at some point, if my diary would admit, I'd love to visit them all.
Alex Brewer.
Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has accepted all 62 of the recommendations of the Strategic Defence Review. Implementation of the review's recommendations is already well underway.
Alex Brewer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With RAF Odium celebrating its centenary this year, I'm proud of the many close military ties we have in my constituency of North East Hampshire. One of the recommendations of the Strategic Defence Review is improved accommodation, and here we are letting our military personnel down. Given there is widespread agreement with the Liberal Democrats on this issue, including in the other place, will the Minister support bringing all military housing in line with the Decent Home Standards in today's Renters' Rights Bill vote?
Mr. Speaker, in the last year we've taken huge steps to start to make good decades of substandard housing for military personnel and their families. We brought 36,000 military family homes back into public ownership so we can plan exactly the sort of upgrade that she's talking about. And on the rest of the SDR, we've already announced the purchase of 12 F-35As aircraft, joining the DCA mission of NATO. We've launched our new £70 million campaign on cadets. We've stood up the Cyber and Specialist Operations Command. Today we're publishing the Defence Industrial Strategy to make defence an engine for growth. Mr. Speaker, this is a government delivering for defence and delivering for Britain.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Strategic Defence Review rightly highlighted the need for a whole-of-society approach to defence, including expanding the cadets by 30% by 2030. But a key part of that has to be supporting more adult volunteers to give their time to the cadets. Could I ask my right honourable friend what steps he's taking to ensure more adult volunteers are able to support our fantastic cadets?
Can I say to my honourable friend, he's exactly right. Cadet forces cannot exist without the adult volunteers that support them, and they are central to our ability to increase by 2030 by 30% the number of cadet forces across this country that will give the opportunities in the future to so many young people.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Number 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, we totally condemn Russia's air attack on Ukraine over the weekend. This is the worst since Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine began, hitting a government building for the first time. Putin is escalating his attacks, so we must step up and speed up our support for Ukraine. Last week I announced that over £1 billion of profits from frozen Russian assets has now been put into military aid for Ukraine, and tomorrow I will host and co-chair from London the 30th Ukraine Defence Contact Group, 50 nations who will confirm together increased military aid for Ukraine.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, a drone attack was launched targeting a number of regions, including Kyiv and Odessa, which I had the privilege of visiting earlier this year. This is reported to be the biggest drone strike since Putin's illegal invasion began. Does the Minister agree with me that more must be done to secure a ceasefire?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right. This was the biggest drone attack in Putin's illegal invasion over the last 3.5 years. These are air attacks that are directed at civilian areas, civilian targets, and I saw for myself this week the damage that brings when I stood outside the bombed-out building of the British Council in Kyiv, and I saw the determination of the men and women, military and civilians alike, about their defiance and to keep fighting in the face of Putin's illegal invasion.
Bill Foster.
Speaker, can the Secretary of State confirm how this country and our allies will support Ukraine defending their airspace from Russian aggression? For example, will we lend them our Typhoons, or will we participate in the cross-national F-16 fighter programme, despite the fact us not having F-16s?
Mr. Speaker, we have worked closely with Ukraine to develop new weapon systems, to supply the air defence missiles they require. Wherever Ukraine is fighting Putin's invasion, we will stand alongside them and we will provide whatever military aid we can. Beyond that, when we can reach a negotiated peace, we've been leading work to prepare a multinational force willing to stand with Ukraine in the peace and to secure that peace for the long term so that Russia never again invades that country.
Steve Young.
Question number 16, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I shall answer questions 16 and 18 together. Through the Defence Industrial Strategy, the Ministry of Defence will strengthen the defence industrial base by supporting SMEs, fostering collaboration with industry and academia, creating jobs, enhancing export support and adopting sustainable procurement practices. These measures will boost innovation, resilience and competitiveness while supporting national security and economic growth.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome last week's news that Ukraine's largest drone manufacturer is investing £200 million in a new factory in the UK, creating 500 jobs. This absolutely demonstrates the strength of our partnership with our Ukrainian friends and the confidence that international companies have in Britain's skilled workforce. What assessment has the Minister made of the impact of foreign direct investment in the UK's defence industrial base?
Well, can I thank him for his question and also for celebrating the investment that we're seeing. Foreign direct investment is a really important component part of building our ecosystem for defence industries, because Britain is the very best place to invest in defence industries. With a talented population, increasing skills, increasing defence spending, and a respected military the world over, we have a huge opportunity to do even more. And when I announce details of the defence industrial strategy very shortly, I hope he'll be there to support the work as we seek to go further, using defence as an engine for growth in every part of the country.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Medway has a proud tradition with its former dockyard in Chatham. I visited last week the BAE Systems Aviation Centre in Rochester in my constituency, where we were looking at graduates and apprentices. What more can be done to support graduates and apprentices into defence? And will the Minister take up the opportunity to visit the BAE Systems site to look at the work in person?
Can I thank my friend for his question and for his championing of the site at BAE Systems in Rochester? We want to see more defence companies invest more in skills. And in the defence industrial strategy that we are publishing today, we not only will make further investments in defence technical education colleges, £182 million to deliver that, but we'll be providing additional support for school-based activities and indeed university partnerships. I'd be very happy to come to Rochester to see the amazing work of the apprentices myself.
Slade.
Mr. Speaker, shortly before recess, I visited a small precision engineering firm that's involved with tooling in the defence industry. They shared the challenges they faced in looking at defence contracts and explained that there seems to be no priority for UK businesses, unlike in France, where they prioritise French businesses. I'm sure the Minister would agree that defence investment boosts growth across our constituencies. Would he meet with me and the business to understand how we can boost British businesses in this sector?
Well, as a minister just promoted by the son of a toolmaker in the right reshuffle, tooling is a very appropriate question to mention. We are providing more of that increased defence budget, targeting at British companies and in particular British SMEs, with the development of the new Defence SME Hub that will allow more SMEs to access the defence contracts that we're providing as part of our growing renewal of our armed forces. I'll be very happy meeting her to discuss her constituency business.
Thank the Minister very much for his answers. I know the Minister is a regular visitor to Northern Ireland. I know that Talis has received significant contract work from the MOD and 200 jobs are committed. That Spirit has also achieved some of that, them extra jobs, but there are many other defence companies who could also take advantage. Can the Minister confirm that those other companies will have the same opportunities? Thank you.
I'm very happy to say that we are seeking growth in defence businesses in every part of the United Kingdom, and when we launch the defence industrial strategy very shortly, I hope he will be able to see one of the new defence growth zones that we'll be announcing in Northern Ireland, providing opportunities for young people to start new and good careers in defence, but also companies that might not think of themselves as a defence company at the moment, being able to sell in not just the UK armed forces, but provide export opportunities, selling to our allies around the world.
The best objective.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 22.
Ministers. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Turn to the right page. The SDR sets out the government's vision for the future of defence to make Britain safer, secure at home and strong abroad. This is backed up by the government's historic defence investment, 2.6% on defence spending from 2027. And as part of the SDR implementation, we're developing a 10-year defence investment plan that will be published this autumn.
The best objective.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I visited Paragraph, a local business in my Huntingdon constituency. Founded by Simon Thomas, they are a hugely successful spin-out from Cambridge University, which is developing and manufacturing next-generation electronic devices using graphene. These products provide solutions in a range of industries, from quantum computing to diagnostics. As you can imagine, with a world-leading technology, there is a huge array of potential military applications, and indeed the company has already been contacted by our NATO allies. So could I invite the Secretary of State and indeed the new Procurement Minister to visit Paragraph, meet with CEO Simon Thomas, and look at how we can seize the initiative within defence with an innovative and world-leading technology, a real British and Huntington success story.
Well, can I thank him for his continuing champion of not just defence businesses in his constituency, but defence in total. The amount of PQs that I've answered from him certainly shows his strong interest in this area. I want to see more of our defence budget focused on the novel and innovative technologies. That's what we announced in the Strategic Defence Review, with 10% going to those advanced technologies. There's a real opportunity to create more jobs, but provide the world-leading innovation that will give us the edge on the battlefield, because the nation that innovates the most will be the nation that wins in any conflict. I'll be very happy to discuss that further with him.
Peter, Dr. Pisbrand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The East of England has a proud record of defence innovation. Indeed, on my holiday to Lincoln, I stayed at the White Hart Hotel, where the battle tank was first conceived during the First World War. So would the Minister agree that investment in technical colleges of excellence, such as that at Bury St Edmunds, are absolutely key to defence innovation?
I have some recommendations for other defence holiday tourism if he would like some to help as well. But can I say to him that he's absolutely right to be raising the importance of skills. There's huge opportunities across the nation in defence industries, but we need the workforce of the future to deliver them. And that is why in the Defence Industrial Strategy being announced this afternoon, he will see more investment in skills, not just in defence technical and excellence colleges, but in schools and university clusters as well, really maximising the opportunity to enhance our skills offer and make defence an engine for growth everywhere in the country.
Question 21, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her question. The Armed Forces Welfare Support Policy, JSP 770, underwent a full review and was published in January 2025. It now includes updated information and guidance to ensure welfare support structures are appropriate, accurate and informative for service personnel and their families. Welfare support lies within the chain of command, with commanding officers overseeing the delivery of welfare support units within their units.
Ms. West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of Labour's key manifesto commitments was to give our armed forces greater representation through the creation of an Armed Forces Commissioner, a promise that we've made good on with the passage of the bill last week. How does the Minister expect this to improve the lives of our service personnel and their families?
As the honourable member rightly notes, Armed Forces Commissioner Act, I can now refer to it, received royal assent last week, and I think this is a fantastic step forwards. Actually highlights there is more to do. There are many aspects of service life where even small changes can make a massive difference to the overall experience of service personnel.
We come to Stopperton Scremstone.
Question 1, sir.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, may I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Garston. She served as a minister in this government and the last Labour government with great commitment, and we thank her for her service. Mr. Speaker, last week I travelled to Norway to sign the biggest British warship deal ever, a £10 billion contract that will secure 4,000 jobs for the next 2 decades. Last week I also visited Kyiv, my 5th visit to Ukraine. I met with Defence Minister Shamal, I visited a drone factory, and I also chaired a meeting of the Coalition of the Willing with over 30 defence ministers. The message to Moscow from one and all was one of defiance and determination. The Ukrainians will keep fighting Russian aggression, and the Coalition will step up support for Ukraine and step up preparations for a peace in Ukraine. Tomorrow, I will co-chair the meeting of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, attended by around 50 nations from London, and I will also host this week the meeting of the E5 Defence Ministers here in London.
Mr. Speaker, when I meet veterans across Beverley and Holderness, particularly perhaps at Withensea or Beverley, veterans breakfast clubs, the number one issue they raise with me, and the Veterans Minister will recognise this, is the issue of homelessness among veterans. They say, what more can we do? So can I share that question with the Secretary of State? What more can we do to make sure that those who've served our country, put their lives on the line, don't find themselves homeless in later days?
Mr. Speaker, with the honourable gentleman, I think every member of this House, I share the pleasure and the honour of attending such breakfast clubs with veterans in my constituency as well. He's right about the range of concerns they raise. They often do raise homelessness and homeless pressures. The important step in recognising the forces service in local authority housing priorities is our first step, and the £50 million into the Op-Valor system of increasing support for veterans will play a part also.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The £10 billion contract from Norway will help guarantee shipbuilding on the Clyde for many decades to come. Yeah. So will the Minister join me in congratulating the workers at the shipyard in Glasgow, and will he assure me that the Government will continue to do everything it can to promote Glaswegian shipbuilding around the world?
Can I thank him, but can I thank the workers on the Clyde for their professionalism? It made the collective ministerial effort across a government much easier, knowing that we have professional, dedicated and excellent workers on the Clyde, being able to build not just the Type 26 frigate, but also on the opposite side of Scotland as well, supporting the workers in Rosyth, building the Type 31 frigate as well. And across either side of Scotland, there's a huge future for British shipbuilding and hopefully more export orders as well.
Sir Secretary of State James Castledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that recruitment into the armed forces must be based solely on merit?
I thank the honourable member for his question. As he will know, we must have the absolute best of our country who are recruited into the armed forces to serve. As he will know, an intelligence strategy, of course, for recruitment will seek to reach every single community across these British Isles, perpetuating a narrative that women and those from ethnic minorities, many of whom have proven time and time again on service that they absolutely deserve to be a part of our armed forces, perpetuating a narrative that they are there because of some woke policy is doing them a huge disservice.
James Castledge.
I totally agree. But, Mr. Speaker, isn't that why we should be concerned that the contract for the new Armed Forces Recruitment Service includes, and I quote, annual mandated performance indicators focused on enhancing equality and diversity within the workforce, annually mandated in the contract? My concern, Mr. Speaker, is this. By hardwiring these requirements into the contract, doesn't this risk distorting recruitment, as we saw with the RAF, if those targets aren't hit? Wouldn't it be better to simply scrap the red tape altogether and focus solely on getting the best people into the armed forces, irrespective of their background?
I think the member has answered his own question. They are indicators. Indicators is a very different thing to targets. An intelligence strategy seeks to reach out to all communities across these islands, and does so, we need to therefore monitor how well our narratives and our strategy is succeeding. Therefore, if we are having a truly professional strategy, we have to monitor its success in reaching different communities. That's why it is an indicator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are a little bit like buses this morning. I constantly spend a lot of time knocking on doors and talking to residents in my constituency of Harlow. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke to a resident who spoke with anguish about the challenges his son faced, a former armed service personnel suffering PTSD. I know that I've discussed this with the Veterans Minister and he's met with me on a number of occasions, but I can ask him once again to emphasise the importance that this government puts on supporting veterans that have had PTSD. And it really links in with part of the work I did in a previous role of supporting veterans out of homelessness.
Sorry. Buses that you have coming across, some are quicker than others. That should have been an express one. Minister.
This government takes both physical and mental injuries from service absolutely seriously. Op Courage has already seen 34,000 referrals. It's a fantastic programme that runs across the country that provides mental health service for veterans. I just encourage any veteran out there who indeed thinks they need help, please shout and seek help. It's the first step to recovery.
Ellen Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that Vladimir Putin remains hell-bent on the conquest of Ukraine whilst dragging Trump along with false promises of peace. And it's right that this government has taken steps like the recent price cap cut to hurt Putin's oil profits, but it must go further. Analysis by the Korea think tank shows that the UK has sent over £500 million in tax receipts to the Kremlin by continuing to import petroleum products derived from Russian oil from third countries. So will the government commit today to finally closing this loophole, which is currently filling the Kremlin's coffers?
Mr. Speaker, we are always ready to take further steps to impose economic sanctions, to close any loopholes to those sanctions, and we have a record, both under the last government and this one, of being at the front of imposing those sort of economic measures on Putin's regime.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like several colleagues across the House, I grew up in the Air Cadets, leaving as a cadet warrant officer having gained so much, flying aeroplanes, shooting rifles, marching in a band, and crucially learning the self-discipline and leadership that ultimately brought me to this House. Cadets and adult volunteers that I've spoken to recently have been over the moon about our plan to increase the size of the cadet forces by 30% by 2030, but asked me to ask the Minister, with an increase in the size of the cadet forces, how can we ensure that every cadet still has the same access to the opportunities that they currently do when resources for activities are limited?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The expansion of the cadets 30% by 30 is absolutely front and centre of my portfolio, and we're going to ensure that that 70 million is spent to expand the services but increase the standard of training, insight and access those cadets have across the country.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the honourable gentleman and the honourable lady on their positions. But could the Minister explain to my constituent, former Senior Aircraftsman Mark Shepherd, who was subjected to a discriminatory dismissal from the RAF, denying him his whole future career in the RAF, why he has been accepted for an impact payment but denied a discharge and dismissal payment with no explanation? And would the Minister review the principles, the whole DDP, so that it remains honours the principles?
Democrats as well, Minister.
I'd like to see the details of that case. Please write to me separately and I'll have a look into it. There's a whole plethora of issues and complexities with some of these policies, but I'll take this one on and have a look. Please write to me in due course.
Katrina Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've already highlighted the investment, the very welcome investment on the Clyde and the Forth in shipbuilding, and it clearly demonstrates the real benefit of being part of the union. What assessment has the Secretary of State made about other potential export deals, and what steps he is taking to make sure that the MOD is making sure that they're taking up these opportunities?
Can I thank her for her question? The Type 26 deal with Norway showed what is possible when we have a determined export campaign, and we're looking at working with a number of our European allies and allies further afield on export deals, not just for our larger platforms like warships, but missiles, electronic systems and a whole range of defence equipment, which will create more jobs here in Britain. Happy discussing more with her.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pensions forfeiture is very rare for ex-armed forces personnel, usually reserved for serious criminal activity and convictions. But isn't it time that the small number who are shamefully fighting for the Russian Federation, either directly in Ukraine or through proxies in North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, who are ex-forces, armed forces in this country, have their pensions cancelled?
The honourable member raises a very interesting point. Please write to me in due course with some of these examples and we'll look into it from a defence perspective.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline how the most welcome defence industrial strategy will ensure that we have more public money spent with supply chain businesses in the UK, particularly those in the Teesside Defence and Innovation Cluster in Stockton, Billingham and Norton?
I thank him for his question. There's a real opportunity to grow further the 2,000 directly supported jobs that Defence provides in the North East. Very happy speaking to him further, and can I encourage him to stay for the Defence Industrial Strategy Statement, where he'll see the further investment and opportunity this government hopes to provide to every nation and region in the UK.
Dave Dugan.
European nation of 5.5 million people, Norway has just signed an order for £10 billion worth of the world's best anti-submarine warfare frigates, designed and built in Glasgow, in Scotland. But despite that, and despite Scotland's longer coastline, and despite the ingenuity that's been displayed in that product, none of those Type 26s will be stationed in Scotland, unless I'm wrong. Would the Secretary of State like to tell me I'm wrong, and that he's prepared to place Type 26 on station in Scotland in the future?
The honourable gentleman is a defence expert, so he knows very well that the Type 26s replace the anti-submarine warfare Type 23s in Devonport, where they'll be based. But he also knows that we have quick reaction fighters at Lossiemouth. We have our Royal Navy submarine force based at Faz Lane. We have huge investment across Scotland, and we'll do even more. But why his government that he backs in Holyrood has dithered on defence jobs, this government has delivered extra defence jobs for Scotland and will continue to do that.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with my constituent, Lance Corporal Sarah Bushby, only the third ever woman to receive the Military Cross. She shared with me the difficulty of dealing with complex physical and psychological effects of her service and the transformative effect of Boulder Crest Foundation on her recovery. Would the Minister meet with me and Sarah to hear about the work of the Foundation?
I completely empathise with that veteran. I would more than happily sit down and talk through the pros of that treatment and see if we could expand it further.
Dame Caroline Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Fort Blockhouse in Gosport was due to have been sold by 2024, but the deadline keeps moving. The DIO have not been at all proactive. This giant site sits empty, doing nothing for the MOD, for taxpayers or the local economy. And now First Reform and now the government are suggesting that sites like Blockhouse are going to be used to house asylum accommodation. Gosport deserves so much better. Would the Secretary of State meet me to discuss a much more innovative future for this important site?
A lot of sympathy, but please, it's got to be a bit quicker, otherwise nobody else is going to get in, Minister.
I'm happy meeting her to discuss the opportunities that we can use the defence estate for, contributing to growth in every part of the country, including her own.
Kim Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How will the government ensure that Camelaird's shipbuilding expertise and workforce are fully integrated into the defence industrial strategy to both strengthen sovereign capability and support skilled jobs in the North West?
I thank her for her question. There's real expertise and opportunities for our shipyards nationwide, those that support not only military vessels like the Royal Navy, but also those that spend so much of their time working on Royal Fleet auxiliary vessels, the backbone of the Royal Navy fleet. I think there's a real opportunity, not just in terms of shipbuilding, but also ship repair. I'll be very happy meeting her to discuss what the opportunities are. And with Labour conference in Liverpool soon, perhaps I can pop over and see her more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for many veterans, hearing loss is one of the hidden scars of service. In a number of cases, that has been linked with defective 3M hearing equipment. Will the Minister use their arts of persuasion on the Prime Minister to have an independent inquiry to see the extent of this, whether any other equipment is involved, and how we can prevent it happening again?
Any issue with hearing loss or any hearing loss from equipment can absolutely apply for compensation through the War Pension Scheme or the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme. And I know there's broader work going on with those specific bits of capability outside this place.
Alex Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the 5 new Defence Technical Excellence colleges just announced, but we need a skills pathway right across the country. I've been working with ADS on a defence curriculum that could be delivered across colleges and universities nationwide. What plans does the Minister have to support defence learning right across the country? And will he meet with me and ADS and see if we can roll out a trial?
My honourable friend is simply prolific in the areas that she's seeking to improve defence, and I'll be very happy meeting her to discuss this further. There'll be an announcement on skills in the Defence Industrial Strategy coming out this afternoon, and there's a real opportunity to expand it, not just in defence technical education colleges, but in institutions nationwide.
So, Cloutry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State guarantee, yes or no, that no British serviceman or veteran will face prosecution for actions taken in Northern Ireland while serving their country?
So as mentioned already, we're going to ensure there are protections in place to look after our veterans as we go through the process. The reality is, and I'm really honest, that if people broke the law, they will be held accountable. But I assure you that veterans that served will be protected.
Chris Webb, final question.
Mr. Speaker, young people in my constituency of Blackpool South are crying out for decent, well-paid jobs, especially in the defence sector. So will the Secretary of State agree to meet with me to discuss about a typhoon order that's desperately needed for our country, but for jobs across Blackpool and Lancashire?
Mr. Speaker, I will indeed, and my honourable friend will be encouraged, I hope, by the visit I paid to Turkey and the initial agreement that I've signed with Turkey for a big new order of Typhoons which will be built in Lancashire.
I look forward to the order. Before we come to the urgent question, I shall remind honourable members to avoid referring directly to any criminal cases which are currently before the courts. There is also an active application for judicial review relating to the prescription of Palestine action. I, as Mr. Speaker, has decided to grant a waiver in relation to that case as it concerns a matter of public order in which there are significant public interest. Members are therefore to refer to the case that is in the course of proceedings, and I will now start with Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let everyone leave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask if the Home Secretary will make a statement on the prescription of Palestine action and public protest.
Mr. Jarvis.
Mr. Speaker, anyone who wishes to demonstrate about the humanitarian situation in Gaza or the actions of any government, including our own, has the absolute freedom to gather with others and voice their views, provided that they do so within the law. But supporting Palestine and supporting a prescribed terrorist organisation are not the same thing. The vitally important issue of Palestinian rights should not be co-opted by one organisation that has shown that it is willing to use violence in pursuit of its cause. The clear advice and intelligence given to the then Home Secretary earlier this year was that Palestine action satisfy the relevant tests in the Terrorism Act of 2000 and should be prescribed. Now, some of those holding placards in support of Palestine action may not know the extent of its activities. It has conducted an escalating campaign involving intimidation and sustained criminal damage, including to Britain's national security infrastructure. Some of its attacks have involved the use of weapons, resulting in alleged violence and serious injuries to individuals. Palestine Action's members have been charged with violent disorder, grievous bodily harm with intent, actual bodily harm, criminal damage, and aggravated burglary. Charges that include, in the assessment of the Independent Crown Prosecution Service, a terrorism connection. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are not the actions of a legitimate protest group. And for a government to ignore expert security assessments, advice, and recommendations would be highly irresponsible. Were there to be further serious attacks or injuries, there would rightly be questions asked about why action had not been taken. Now, the Metropolitan Police has confirmed that a total of 890 arrests were made at a demonstration in central London on Saturday. Most of these were under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act 2000 for displaying articles in support for Palestine action. 33 people were arrested for other offences, including 17 assaults on police officers. As the Metropolitan Police have pointed out, this was in stark contrast to the 20,000 people who peacefully marched and attended the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign demonstration. Now, demonstrations of this scale require a significant policing response. The new Home Secretary joined the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police on Saturday to observe the force's operations and express her backing for the officers working tirelessly to enforce our laws and maintain order. The fact that some officers were subjected to violence and abuse is utterly shameful. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is completely understandable that people rightly feel very strongly about the situation in Gaza, but supporting or being a member of a prescribed terrorist organisation is a criminal offence and will never be acceptable, regardless of the wider context. We all want the suffering in Gaza to end and the remaining hostages returned. We all want to see peace. So I say to the House that we must keep our focus squarely on achieving those aims and not on one harmful group that refuses to abide by our laws and threatens our public safety.
Can I just say, I don't know who's doing the speeches, but it is 3 minutes. Every time I'm going to crack down it. In future, I will begin to stop ministers and shadow ministers who don't keep the time. I've got to get backbenchers in. So does the Minister agree that we'll stick to time in the future? Thank you. I'm glad there's some acknowledgement. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 1,500 people now have been arrested because of concerns about prescription. There is clearly a problem with violence and intimidation in our politics, and we have to get this right because public confidence is also falling too. I am not here as a supporter or defender of Palestine Action and their tactics. I condemn without hesitation abuse, intimidation and attacks on the police and any political opponent. The case for acting on the group itself was and is strong. We've seen a pattern of violence at their events, and they have not disassociated themselves from that violence. But we also see police and refugees being targeted for violence alongside those who want to protest about immigration matters. Banners that say, "Kill them all, let God sort them out." Neo-Nazi groups circling. And we cannot ignore the impact on policing on our streets because of these incidents. That this is just not sustainable for our police or our criminal justice system. There is a difference between people protesting using violence and people protesting the use of prescription. If we don't get right the response, if we continue to arrest those in that secondary category, the seriousness of the term terrorism risks losing its meaning, becoming diluted rather than strengthened. Prescription was supposed to be about stopping those inciting direct harm and violence. Going after somebody with a poster testing the boundaries of liberty, many of whom are clear they don't support Palestine Action but feel strongly about Palestinian rights or free speech, confuses rather than clarifies the government's intention. People must be able to protest what is happening in Gaza, and the focus should be on what is happening in Palestine, not in Parliament Square. Mr. Speaker, I ask for this question because I think it is for us to act. Legislation on public order focuses on specific acts. Prescription orders target specific terrorist groups. Nothing sits in between this. Given this, I want to ask the Minister the following. What discussions has he had with the police about distinguishing between members of Palestine Action and people concerned with prescription itself? The offence of recklessly encouraging support of a prescribed group runs counter to that focus on criminality. If he won't abolish that offence, will he at least set out guidance to the CPS and the police about any public interest test in using it? The previous policing minister...
Order. Look, this is what happens. Please, you were told earlier, I granted the UQ because I thought it was important to you, and you were absolutely advised it was 2 minutes. I think you've now finished, or you're just about to. Okay.
I do apologise, Speaker, I was advised it was 3, but that's my fault. Look, terrorism is different from terrorising opponents, but both should be criminal offences. Will the Minister commit to a review of this section so that we can get it right for the sake of our democracy?
I believe Sean did correct it to say it was 2. So I don't want the department to be blamed. OK, that's correct. Thank you. Right, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say to the honourable member that I'm genuinely grateful for her bringing these issues to the House. These are important matters, and it's right that ministers are held accountable for them. Let me say to her first point that I'm sure the whole House will agree with the remarks that she made about violence and intimidation in our politics. They have absolutely no place. And I know that she will be aware that there's a significant body of work taking place across government, coordinated through the Defending Democracy Task Force, to ensure that all of our elected representatives are able to do their duty and represent their constituents without fear or favour. And that is something that this government takes very seriously indeed. She makes a number of points, and I'll struggle to respond to all of them. Let me just say something that I know that she will understand, that the police are operationally independent of government. And of course, we remain in very regular contact. But I do think it's important to actually take the opportunity to thank the police for the important work they do. They come under a huge amount of scrutiny, rightly so, but I think we saw this weekend an impeccable police operation where brave officers stood and did their duty, and 17 of them, at least, were allegedly assaulted in the line of duty. I think the final thing to say to her, is around drawing the distinction, which she will well understand, about the absolute right that anybody in our country has to express their concern about the desperately difficult situation in the Middle East and more specifically in Gaza. The ability to go to the streets and to join with others and express individual concern or collective concern about unfolding events, whether in this country or further afield, is an absolute cornerstone of our democracy. And this government would never do anything to get in the way of that. And I think it was interesting that tens of thousands of people took to the street this weekend and were able to express their concern in an entirely lawful way. She asked me about whether we're sort of seeking to review any of the elements within the Terrorism Act. I think it's worth pointing her to the comments that were published recently by Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, who said in a published article with regard to Palestine action, there is no way ordinary criminal law would be effective against funding, training and recruitment in tackling this group. The government have to ensure public safety, and that is what this government will always seek to do.
Shadow Home Secretary Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we, in common, I hope, with everyone in this House, fully support, unequivocally, the right to peaceful protest, including on issues concerning the Middle East, both the hostages who remain captive and civilians in Gaza, whose plight I know concerns us all. But in exercising that right to protest, violence is never acceptable. And Palestine Action have committed deliberate criminal damage against various premises. They've used a sledgehammer to attack a police officer, and they have deliberately sabotaged RAF planes. No matter how strongly people feel about an issue, and whatever the rights and wrongs of that issue, using violence to advance a political agenda is never acceptable. That is not how we do things in this country. We settle things through debate and we settle things through election. Now, the Security Minister has given the House assurances about the necessity of this measure. I haven't been briefed or been offered a briefing on that, but I think the Security Minister commands widespread respect across the House, and members will take his assurances seriously. I would ask him to give an assurance that the police are taking all possible preventative action against Palestine Action where they may be planning future attacks against premises or future acts of violence, including using the offence of conspiracy to commit public nuisance, under which the police have quite wide-ranging powers. I would join the Security Minister in extending my thanks to the police for the difficult work they do keeping us safe. I would finally, Mr. Speaker, use this opportunity to express my support for a protest that took place on Sunday in Parliament Square, the Campaign Against Anti-Semitism march, which I addressed. It was regrettable that neither the Home Secretary nor a senior government minister addressed that march, so could the Security Minister take this opportunity to express the government's resolve to combat anti-Semitism wherever it is found?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say that I'm very grateful to the Shadow Home Secretary for his remarks and for the tone of them. And in response to his final point, yes, let me absolutely take the opportunity on behalf of His Majesty's Government to state our absolute abhorrence against anti-Semitism wherever it rears its ugly head. And I hope he knows that this government will do everything that we possibly can to stand against the forces of racism wherever they seek to rear their ugly head. Now, I completely agree with him that violence is never acceptable in terms of pursuing a political agenda, and I'm very pleased that we're able to establish a consensus across this House in that regard. Let me just say to him, with regard to the point he made about briefings, of course, he knows that we're very happy to brief him. We did brief the Shadow Minister ahead of the prescription action back in July, but he knows I'd be very happy to brief him on Privy Council terms whenever he should wish. I'm also able to give him the assurances that he seeks about the work that the police are doing. He knows, as a former Home Office Minister, the police are operationally independent, but I can absolutely give him that assurance that the police will be taking all necessary measures to guard against future attacks. And I'm very happy to speak to him about these matters further, but I'm grateful for his support for these matters today.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand it, the conviction of those simply displaying proscribed groups' names have been extremely rare unless there's been clear evidence of an intent to promote a group's more extreme actions. If this is the case, and as it's clear that the acts of protest and civil disobedience seen in recent days are not acts which would ordinarily form part of a case for prescription, why don't the police simply stop the arrests?
Minister, sorry.
Well, I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the difficult job that the police do. And in my experience, both recently and over a longer period of time, I think the police have done an excellent job, often under very difficult circumstances. I do think it's important that we consider proportionality. These are operational judgments that have to be made by the police, often on the ground, often under pressure, under difficult circumstances. But I also do think it's important that we consider that we would not tolerate the kind of activity that we've seen in recent days and weeks from an organisation, for example, motivated by Islamist extremism, or an organisation motivated by an extreme right-wing ideology. And similarly, we cannot tolerate that activity from Palestine Action, and this government will support the police in doing the difficult job that we've asked them to do.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The right to peaceful protest is a cornerstone of a liberal democracy, but events over the weekends have set a dangerous precedent, risk having a chilling impact on free speech and legitimate protest in the UK. The arrest of 857 protesters under terror laws, following hundreds of arrests under the same powers last month, is deeply alarming. The Lib Dems warned that this would be exactly what happened when the Conservatives expanded terrorism powers in 2018. There's no doubt that those using violence, anti-Semitic abuse or hate speech must face the consequences, but these crimes are already covered by existing law. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be right that simply displaying a placard in support of a prescribed organisation while peacefully protesting can result in a conviction and up to 6 months in prison. So will the Minister urgently review terrorism legislation, specifically as it is impacting the right to protest peacefully, to ensure it is proportionate and contains the nuance it so clearly needs?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to her, as I always am, for the sensible and reasonable tone in which she makes her remarks. But I have to say to her, I don't agree that the events of this weekend have had a chilling effect on our democracy. I think quite the opposite. Tens of thousands of people have come to London to exercise their absolute right to demonstrate about matters about which they are concerned. The overwhelming majority of people who came to London were able to do so in an entirely reasonable and lawful way. It is only a very tiny minority of people who haven't been able to do it in that way and have deliberately sought to get arrested. Now, she makes an entirely reasonable point to ask about necessity and proportionality and whether the government intends to review existing legislation. And I think that is an entirely reasonable point for her to raise. She's raised it previously, we've discussed it, and I know that her leader raised it over the course of the summer recess. Let me say to her that, of course, we look very carefully at legislation, but the government doesn't currently have any plans to amend the existing legislation, not least of in light of ongoing criminal proceedings relating to Palestine Action and the ongoing judicial review. It would not be appropriate to carry out a review at this time. We think that the UK's counter-terrorism legislation does strike the right balance between protecting national security and individual freedoms, including the right to the freedom of expression under Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights. She knows the high regard in which I hold Jonathan Hall, the independent reviewer. And she also knows that the legislative framework is subject to independent statutory oversight by the independent reviewer. The government will, of course, consider any recommendations that he seeks to make. I've advised the Honourable Lady previously to get in touch with her, and I know that I think that she has, and I know that she'll want to look very carefully at what he says about this.
Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those arrested were merely holding signs or wearing T-shirts and displaying general support for a group who don't come close to the loosest definition of terrorism. But meanwhile, political pundits and columnists seem free to discuss Palestine Action without fear of criminal prosecution. Whilst I don't think anyone should face arrest for doing so, it doesn't seem fair that people can get away with it as long as they're doing so in front of a TV camera. So can the Minister explain how the law is being applied, if it's being applied fairly, where people are allowed to show support for Palestine action? Because it's clear that some people are being allowed to do it and not others.
I know the Honourable Lady has a very long-standing interest and concern in these matters. I can give her an absolute assurance that the law is being applied fairly. I would say to her, and I know that she will agree with this, that nobody is above the law. And I think it's important to think about how we would collectively seek to respond to those behaving in a similar way, but underpinned by very different causes. Extreme Islam, extreme Islamist terrorism, extreme right-wing ideology. If people were demonstrating on behalf of those organisations in the same way that we've seen people demonstrating in support of Palestine action, I think it absolutely would be the case that people would want the police to be acting in the way that they have seen them act over this weekend. I say to her again, the law is being applied firmly, nobody is above the law, and the police need to be able to ensure that they are able to enforce it without fear or favour, and that's what I think they did over the course of this weekend.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Curran Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The burden for policing these protests is falling on certain forces more than others. We know from when we had the disorder last summer that that was the case as well. Can the Minister give some reassurance that the Home Office is providing the support that's needed to those forces to ensure that they can manage the protests, but also it does not distract from day-to-day policing?
I think, Chair, the Select Committee raises a very important point. Yes, I can give her the assurances that she seeks. She's right that recent activity has provided particular burdens on particular forces. The Home Secretary and I, and of course the Policing Minister and colleagues right across government, work very closely with the police, and we will ensure that they have got the necessary resources they do for the important job that they have to do.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last August, a police officer was hospitalised after being hit with a sledgehammer whilst responding to a Palestine action attack on a business near Bristol, a fact that was absent from the debate that we had when we voted to prescribe the organisation recently. The attackers had sledgehammers, axes, whips and other homemade weapons. Would the Minister agree that this crosses the line of any legitimate protest into terrorism?
Yes, I would.
Kit Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said that no one's above the law and that violence is never the answer, and I agree with him, and I know that he believes the law should be wielded with integrity. So when are we going to see prescription of violent settler groups in the West Bank, many of whom are perpetrating a reign of terror on innocent Palestinians in that part of the world, and who may be garnering support and raising funds in the United Kingdom?
Minister.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman is a very experienced member of this House and has served as a Minister in the Home Office. So I'm sorry to have to put my response to him in this way, but he will understand why I do so, that we never comment about matters relating to the future prescription. But the words that he's spoken, I know, will have been heard by colleagues in other government departments as well as my own. He makes these points with great consistency. He has raised them with me previously, but I know that he will understand that there is a very long-standing protocol across a number of governments that we don't talk about future prescription activity.
Lawrence Session-Lomé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his response this afternoon. And I do concur with some of the comments raised by my colleague from Walthamstow in terms of people being arrested, including my constituents, some of whom were protesting peacefully. I just wanted to come back to the issue of frontline policing and the impact. As a Central London MP, I'm seeing resources from my local police being drawn away to deal with the protests. And my constituents want those frontline police officers. They want their issues around crime on their streets to be solved. So the Minister will understand the sheer scale of concern in terms of making sure the police locally are able to get to grips with that. So just coming back from the response to the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, can the Minister assure me that those ongoing discussions are happening with the police, including the Chair of the Met Police Federation, who was on the World at One today, to say that these protests are not sustainable?
Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to her because I think, as the chair of the Select Committee did, she raises a very important point. She will absolutely understand the importance that this government attaches to the Safer Streets agenda, and we are working, and I can give her an assurance that we are working very closely with the Metropolitan Police and with other police forces right around the country to ensure that they have got the resources they need to police these kind of protests or this kind of activity alongside the other activities that they're required to police. The Home Secretary, the Policing Minister and I take these matters very seriously. We met with senior representatives of the Metropolitan Police just last week, but I give her an absolute assurance that we will make sure that police do have the necessary resources to do the job that we ask them to do.
Jess Brownfuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the scale of arrests over the weekend and the Minister stating he has no intention to review legislation, will he commit instead to an independent review into the use of terrorism legislation against people peacefully protesting to see if it is actually fit for purpose?
Well, I'm grateful to her for a question. Hopefully she heard the response that I gave a moment ago about how it wouldn't be appropriate to get into a process of review at this particular moment because of ongoing legal proceedings. I do think that we are incredibly fortunate to have Jonathan Hall KC as the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation. He's someone who brings a weight of authority and credibility to this process. And I know that he has particular views on this, and I would invite her and other members to look closely at what he said about it.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Right Honourable Member would agree with me that the continued mass arrests of peaceful protesters, many of whom are protesting about the prescription of Palestine action, but would not for a moment support the activities of Palestine action, is something that we should distinguish and something that we should be advising prosecutors and the police about. Not least because the furore around these arrests risks drowning out the rightful protests about the difficult situation in Palestine and Gaza that he himself has referred to.
I think the Honourable Member does raise really important points. I mean, for clarity, it's an offence to display support for Palestine action, but it's not an offence to criticise the government's decision to prescribe. Some difficult judgments often have to be made by the police on the ground, but let me give her a categorical assurance that this government will do absolutely nothing to get in the way of somebody's absolute right to protest about a matter about which they are concerned. And in many respects, I think it was incredibly heartening to see tens of thousands of people take to the streets, express their concern, but do it in an entirely peaceful and lawful way. And I hope that that will long continue.
Sir Julian Lewis.
As I've indicated previously, I have my doubts about whether the terrorism label is most suited to a group which is certainly criminal, certainly violent, and arguably seditious in its attacks on the assets of our military. But I have a positive suggestion to make. Would the Minister undertake fully to brief the chairman and members of the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, which I used to chair but on which I now no longer serve, because if they were able to see information that he can't share publicly and to say to us that they were satisfied with the terrorism designation, I for one would find that reassuring.
Minister.
Well, I'm always very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman who speaks with a real wisdom about these matters. I can give him those assurances. We have been in contact with the committee that he used to chair. They consist of some incredibly experienced and wise parliamentarians, and we seek to take their counsel at every opportunity. So yes, we have engaged with them and will continue to do so about this and other matters.
I would have done. Steve Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst Palestine Action waged their campaign of intimidation and went about damaging military bases with very little impact itself in the Middle East, this week the government will host President Abbas and President Herzog for discussions on a more peaceful future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. I wonder if the Minister would agree with me that, unlike Palestine Action, this government is actually taking genuine and serious steps to support peace in the Middle East.
Well, I'm grateful to him for his comments, and I completely agree with them. I think that there is an absolute point of consensus in this place, and I hope much further afield, about the urgent need to secure peace in the Middle East. And this government, led by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary and colleagues in the FCDO, will do everything that we possibly can to support that important process.
Pete Wishart.
Say to the Minister that the optics of octogenarian priests being arrested alongside hundreds of peaceful protesters look absolutely awful for this government. But in Scotland, we only had 3 arrests over the weekend because Police Scotland seemed to deploy a much more conciliatory, community-based approach. So does he support operational independence across the UK? And if police forces feel it is in their interest to have different policing arrangements from the Metropolitan Police, he will support them and there will be no government interference in their operations?
Minister.
I'm grateful to him for his question today and for his engagement over the course of the summer. I can give him an absolute assurance that, yes, of course, we believe in the absolute importance of the operational independence of the police, and they do have to make some very difficult judgments. But I hope that he also agrees with me that nobody should be above the law. There isn't an age limitation with regard to these particular offences, and the police have difficult judgments to make. But in the main, I think that they have acted proportionately and that they have acted without fear or favour in the best traditions of British policing.
Abdulsalam Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend alone, almost 900 people were arrested, several of whom were from my constituency. The Terrorism Act wasn't brought in to arrest vicars, retired grandmothers and NHS consultants for holding a placard. Yet the police are now in the position where this is exactly what they are doing weekend after weekend. Will the Minister consider the views of international human rights experts like the UN Human Rights Commissioner, who has described the ban as disproportionate and unnecessary, and will he acknowledge our concerns that political decisions must be open to political challenge, otherwise we risk a massive loss of confidence in our democracy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree about the point of political challenge. That's why we're here today, to debate the decision and the policing around it. I hope that she will understand that the government have, as we always seek to do, acted in good faith. The advice that the government received was clear and unambiguous. Palestine Action is concerned in terrorism. Its members have demonstrated a willingness or intention to conduct a serious violence against persons in pursuit of their cause. Under those particular circumstances, the government has a responsibility and a duty to act. She'll know also, and I've mentioned this previously, that the independent review of terrorism legislation has been widely quoted about his response to the actions that the government have taken. And he concluded in a recent article that there is no way that ordinary criminal law would have been effective against this organisation.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Does the Minister agree that whilst in this case proscription may be finely balanced, the law must be upheld whether you like it or not, and whoever you are and wherever you are? And does he share my concern, therefore, there does appear to be some regional disparity in the interpretation put on the law in this case, as evidenced by the differences in the rates at which people were arrested across this country at the weekend?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to him, as I always am, for his question. I acknowledge the assessment that he made about the decision being finely balanced. I know that he would understand, should this or any government have taken a different approach, we would no doubt be here discussing and debating the particular reason that the government had decided not to prescribe. So these are difficult judgments, but under the circumstances that I've described, the Home Secretary did exactly the right thing in taking the decision that she did. In terms of his point about regional disparities, he will have heard the comment I made just a moment ago about the operational independence of the police. But if he sees particular incidences or occurrences that he thinks is not in the spirit of that, please would he write to me, and I'd be very happy to look at them.
Alexa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like so many people, myself included, looking at the famine in Gaza and the planned annexation of the West Bank with a sense of complete desperation and a lack of agency. People want to demonstrate that desperation through peaceful protest. Seeing the mass arrests of people holding placards is difficult for many of us. I understand the nature of prescription, meaning showing support is a criminal offence, but when the acts are peaceful and the cause so desperate, at the time of voting, the effective recipe was not made clear to us. We must reflect on the effects of prescription. When assessing whether to prescribe Palestine action, to what extent the government take into account the rights to free expression and free association, including under Article 1011 of the HCR, not of the organisation itself, but of the wider cohort who will be criminalised for expressing peaceful support for the prescribed organisation.
Of course, I agree with him in the point that he makes about peaceful protest. And I can give him an absolute assurance that the Home Secretary, in taking this or any decision, acts on advice and very carefully considers a range of different factors. He is right to talk about peaceful protest. There was peaceful protest taking place in London over the course of this weekend, and that was very good to see. But it was also the case that the particular demonstration where there were significant number of arrests. There were also 33 people arrested for separate offences, including 17 alleged assaults on police officers. None of us want to see that kind of violent activity, and we will work closely with the police to ensure that people do have the ability to protest in a peaceful way. That is a cornerstone of our democracy, but it is entirely unacceptable that anybody should seek to assault a police officer.
Bobby Dean.
Mr. Speaker, now I hear the distinction that the Minister is attempting to make this afternoon, but the fact remains that almost 1,000 largely peaceful protesters were arrested in London this weekend. And I'm sure that when we look back on this, we're going to conclude it was not only a huge waste of police resources, but a chilling moment for free speech in this country. Now, given that the government seems so convinced that these people are associated with terrorism, will they commit to publishing data on how many and what proportion of those arrested will be actually charged with terrorism-related offences?
Minister.
Well, I can say to him, hopefully in a constructive way, the only distinction I'm seeking to make is between those who break the law and those that don't. And we saw a very interesting comparison over the course of this weekend. Tens of thousands of people came to protest and were able to do so, were able to protest their concerns about the terrible situation in Gaza without supporting a prescribed organisation. And there is, as I said in my earlier remarks, a big difference between being able to protest in support of a cause that is legitimately held, set against expressing support for a prescribed organisation, which is a criminal offence, and the police have an absolute duty to enforce the law, and that is what they did.
Andy MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, nobody's above the law, yet the Metropolitan Police reports that a total of 857 people were arrested under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act at the weekend, the vast majority for simply holding placards stating, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action." So can the Minister confirm whether the government has received any legal advice concerning the implications of hosting a visit by Israeli President Herzog in relation to the UK's Genocide Convention responsibilities, particularly given his recent record of stating that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza and personally signing artillery shells destined for use in Gaza? And will any visa application made by the Israeli President to visit the UK this week be rejected, or will he be subject to police investigation if he does arrive?
Minister.
I understand why the Honourable Gentleman has asked me the question that he has. I hope that he will understand. He's asking me about matters with which I don't have ministerial responsibility. So he will also understand that the government obviously receives a range of legal advice across a range of different departments. The purpose of this particular response today is to look at the issue of prescription and the recent protest activity. I can give him and the House an absolute assurance that this is a government that believes in upholding the law. This is a government that believes in the importance of international law, and we will work with our allies and partners to ensure that international law and domestic law is upheld.
Roberts.
On this day, 89 years ago, 3 founding members of Plaid Cymru handed themselves in after burning the RAF bombing school at Penaberth. Today, they and all their supporters would likely be branded terrorists for non-violent direct action. Lumping Palestine Action with Maniacs Murder Club and Russian imperial movements was calculated, cynical and disproportionate. It has led to the arrest of hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters. What does he think will be the consequences now that his government looks more interested in silencing protest than maintaining policing by consent?
Minister.
I struggle to follow the logic of the Right Honourable Lady's question, given that tens of thousands of people were absolutely able to express their democratic right to protest over the course of this weekend. I'm sure she would have seen that, and I hope that she will understand that this government hasn't done anything that interferes with anybody's lawful right to express their concern about an issue. And just, Mr. Speaker, to pick up on one other point that she made, let me give her an absolute assurance. We didn't group the 3 prescribed organisations together for the reasons. She's completely mistaken. She's asked me a question. She might want to listen to the answer. There were 2 reasons why that decision was taken. Frankly, the first is because this is a government that has a busy legislative agenda and we need to be efficient with precious parliamentary time. But perhaps the second and more important reason is because this government doesn't look at the ideological origin of the threat. We will do what we need to do to keep the public safe regardless of where the threat comes. That is the right approach. It is even-handed, and it was on that basis that we proceeded.
Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, a number of my constituents in Stroud have been arrested. Many of them are over 70, and the whole situation seems to have become slightly ridiculous. Would he agree with me, actually, that prescribing here is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut?
Well, with great respect, I don't mean to be flippant. I think it's a rather unfortunate use of sledgehammer, given recent events. So, no, I don't agree with him. I think the actions of the government have been necessary and proportionate for the reasons that I've explained earlier on. And I do worry that there are a number of people who seek to express support for an organisation who do not fully understand the activities that that organisation has engaged in recent times.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Justice Chamberlain granted the judicial review on the basis that the Home Secretary had not consulted Palestine Action before prescribing it. The judge ruled it was reasonably arguable that there was a duty to consult Palestine Action before prescribing it, as reported in The Guardian. If organisations meet a high standard and a high threshold for prescription under the Terrorism Act, why should there be a duty to consult an organisation before prescribing it?
Minister?
Well, I hope that he understands that given that there are ongoing legal proceedings, it would be completely inappropriate for me to comment about any legal rulings or judgments that have been made. But I can give him an assurance that in terms of making the decision, all of the necessary legal and expert advice was very, very carefully considered. There is a formal legal process that enables any organisation that is prescribed to seek a legal right to redress. The government is very supportive of any organisation who's been prescribed pursuing a legal avenue of appeal. That is their right to do so, and this government would never get in the way of that legal right.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that this is not a case of people's democratic rights to protest being curtailed? Because the democratically elected government and parliament have legislated, members have prescribed Palestine Action lawfully, and now police enforce the law free from political interference. The law is clear, people are no longer allowed to support this organisation, and to do so risks lawful arrest. Would he agree, furthermore, that there's nothing to stop people protesting in support of the Palestinians or against this Israeli government, as long as they do so peacefully and within the law?
Well, I'm grateful to him, and I completely agree with all of the points that he has made. And he knows, and I knows, and I'm sure the House knows, that had the government taken a different decision, I would be stood here at the dispatch box seeking to justify that particular decision as well.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister to reflect for a moment? This is the largest number of people arrested ever since the Terrorism Act 2000 came into force. Those people that were protesting on Saturday were protesting at the horror of the genocide in Gaza and British complicity of it with arms sales and military cooperation and support. They are deeply concerned about civil liberties in our society and feel that the legislation rushed through this Parliament actually damages their right to civil, peaceful protest within our society. The Minister knows that the weight of history is against him. He knows that at some point the government is going to have to review this legislation, otherwise this situation will simply get worse and worse. Can he not just bring himself to say now they're going to look at it again, review the whole situation again, and not prescribe peaceful protest within our society, but accept we have a history behind us that brought us all here, which is built on protest and dissent?
Minister.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman has been a member of this House for a very, very long time, so he will know that this legislation wasn't rushed through Parliament. It came through Parliament in the same way that other prescription actions have come through over many, many years. Let me seek perhaps 2 points of consensus. The first is around freedom of speech. I don't know what he was up to at the weekend. I have a sneaking suspicion he may have been on the streets of London, and good luck to him. It is his absolute democratic right to protest in the way that he is well known for doing so. This government hasn't done anything to stand in the way of him and his colleagues to do that. But let me just say one other thing to him, because although he and I may disagree on many things, I hope, as supporters of the trade union movement, we do agree on the importance of safety of people in the workplace. So he asked me to consider something. Perhaps I'd ask him to consider the importance of safeguarding people's safety and security in the workforce, not something the organisation we're discussing today has given much consideration to.
Jim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of people have now been arrested on terror offences, facing up to 14 years imprisonment for no more than peacefully holding a placard. Most are elderly, many are healthcare workers, priests and ordinary working people, all prepared to risk severe punishment for doing what our government has failed to do. The prescription of Palestine action is an authoritarian attack on the rights to protest. It's absurd, it's unworkable and unsustainable. So will the Minister and the new Home Secretary consider the government's position?
Minister.
What this government will do, what the new Home Secretary will do, is everything that is necessary and proportionate.
Okay. Carry on, sorry. The member was stood up reading the phone rather than sitting down over it. Better still in reading a question, but it doesn't matter, he can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government, this Home Secretary, will do everything that is necessary and proportionate to keep the public safe. These are difficult judgments that require very careful consideration. Very careful consideration was given to the decision that was taken, and it was motivated by a very strong desire and a responsibility to keep the public safe.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank and congratulate the police for arresting successfully so many hundreds of people who broke the law and shockingly supported a prescribed terror group? And does the Minister expect them to be charged and prosecuted to ensure a proper deterrent against supporting a prescribed terror group?
Minister.
Well, let me first of all join with him in thanking the police for the important work that they do. It is absolutely shameful that there were 17 assaults on members of the police doing their job in London this weekend. That is totally unacceptable and rather undermines the credibility of those who seek to say that these are entirely peaceful protests. With regard to his other point, I hope that you will understand that these are matters for the Crown Prosecution Service which are independent of government. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on them, but I share the concerns that he's expressed.
David Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I abhor the methods of Palestine Action and indeed any violence taken in the order of protest. But at the same time, 4 groups have been de-prescribed in the last 20 years, as I understand it. And I'm sure that the aim is for all banned groups to de-escalate and become legitimate protesting groups. So can I ask the Minister, what steps or evidence would be required for Palestine Action to be de-prescribed in the future?
Minister.
I'm grateful to him for his thoughtful and sensible question. There is a formal legal process that is to be followed. And as I've said in response to an earlier question, the government completely understands that any organisation that is prescribed has an absolute legal right to contest that decision. This government will not stand in the way of that legal process. We will respond in a reasonable and responsible way. There is a process that is underway in terms of a legal appeal. That will run its course, and then we'll have a legal ruling. But the government will, of course, abide by that.
Caroline Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many members of my community were arrested in London on Saturday, including a senior priest, an elderly Jewish man, a teacher who has spent years with Gazan children and has witnessed the horror of seeing them killed by Israeli troops over the last couple of years. These people are not terrorists. While I'm sure everybody in the House would agree that anybody attacking serving police officers in the streets deserves to be arrested, does the Minister accept that the use of counter-terror powers is wholly disproportionate to the peaceful action these people were taken by simply holding signs and sets a dangerous precedent for free speech?
Minister.
I don't accept her critique about the precedent with regard to free speech for the reasons that I've already referenced and the tens of thousands of people who were on the streets of London this weekend expressing their free speech. The police have difficult judgments to make. I don't accept our analysis that this wasn't proportionate. The government has an absolute responsibility to act when the evidence suggests that we need to take decisions in order to secure the public safety. That's what the government has done. We stand by that decision, and we'll work with the police to ensure that people obey the law. And where they don't, regardless of their age or their professional background, there have to be, I'm afraid, consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of those arrested over the weekend for simply holding placards were older and disabled citizens and human rights activists who can hardly be described as terrorists. Considering that the UN Human Rights Chief has warned that prescription dangerously conflates protest with terrorism, does the Minister at least accept that we run some risk of suppressing protest and dissent, through which we obtained many of our freedoms that we enjoy today?
Minister. I really don't think that that is the case. At every stage of these proceedings, the government has been absolutely clear about the important right, the cornerstone of our democracy, for people to protest about matters about which they are concerned. This government hasn't done anything to get in the way or prevent people from doing that. We saw that this weekend. Tens of thousands of people having their say. They were able to do so in a way that was lawful and didn't require them to be arrested because they hadn't broken the law. I don't accept the analysis that some have offered that this has a chilling effect on free speech. Quite the opposite. I think it absolutely demonstrates that people can come and demonstrate in a lawful way, and the police will respond in an appropriate manner.
Sarah Sultan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that the Home Secretary couldn't come today to defend her government. Over 1,600 people have been arrested since this Labour government prescribed a non-violent direct action group for the first time in British history. This includes elderly people, disabled people, priests, NHS workers and the children of Holocaust survivors. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has condemned this prescription as disproportionate, unnecessary and warning it risks creating a further chilling effect. So will the Minister finally admit that his government got it wrong, that they have threatened and undermined our free speech and right to protest, and that they will review and immediately lift this ban?
Well, firstly, the Home Secretary is meeting with our Five Eyes allies who are here for the five-country ministerial. That is incredibly important work, securing our alliances with our United States, Canadian, Australian and New Zealand allies. These are important partnerships that this government values and that this Home Secretary is investing in almost on her first full day in office. In terms of the other points that she seeks to raise, the Honourable Lady has an absolute right, as everybody does, to protest in a lawful way. There is nothing that this government has done to prevent her or anybody else from doing that. What this government has done is ensure that we are best placed to protect the public. I'm sorry that she doesn't agree that. That is her absolute right. But I maintain the support for freedom of speech. It is a cornerstone of our democracy. And this government will always enable people to have their say.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely do condemn any action of violence taken against the public or indeed the police. However, I have written to the former Home Secretary twice on this matter because many legislators here today have yet to see the evidence which satisfies us about the proportionality of the application of the prescription of Palestine action and indeed the public's right to protest and freedom of speech and the balance of which government holds that. If I could encourage him to review this law, not least because it has, according to what the government wants, a contrary impact because, of course, the more arrests, the more it's drawing attention to Palestine action.
Let me say, I entirely understand why the Honourable Lady might wish to raise concerns in the way that she has. And I think she actually made an important point about evidence. I can give her an assurance that all of the evidence that we are able to put into the public domain, we have done so. I hope that she will understand that there are strict limitations around some of the things that we are able to say for a variety of reasons, not least there are ongoing police investigations and ongoing criminal proceedings. That does limit the ability of government ministers to talk about this issue. But within those constraints, we've tried to be as clear as we possibly can about the reasons for this decision. And on a number of occasions, the previous Home Secretary and myself have laid out the reasons why we took this decision.
I urge the Minister to be a bit more succinct in his response. Josh Babberinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of peaceful protesters have been arrested this weekend in the name of national security. But in what way does a peaceful protester's tactic of holding a banner compromise national security? And if the aim of national security is to fundamentally ensure that we can live in a free society where our democratic freedoms are protected, can the Minister not see that the mass arrest of peaceful protesters is an authoritarian measure that undermines these freedoms and does not protect them?
Look, I completely acknowledge that the concerns that the Honourable Member has expressed are entirely genuine and well-meaning. I hope that he understands the importance that we attach to the rule of law. And we don't think that people should be accepted from the rule of law because they are of a particular age or because they have a disability or because they have a particular professional background. That would be entirely unfair. Nobody is above the law. The police have a difficult job to do in order to police these particular protests. I would just also gently say to him that the protests that we saw over the weekend in this regard were not entirely peaceful. 33 arrests, including 17 for assaults on police officers. I hope that none of us want to see that kind of activity in our capital or anywhere else for that matter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers today, and I fully agree there can be no place for violence in our politics. But would the Minister accept that elderly retired priests and disabled veterans would not be protesting in the way that they are if they genuinely believed that Palestine Action was a similar organisation to ISIS or Al-Qaeda? And can he provide any additional guidance or advice on how members of the public can legitimately protest against the prescription of this organisation?
Minister.
Look, firstly, let me say to him that the government, and certainly not myself, are seeking to make the comparison that he has offered. But what we do believe is that people should follow the law. And it is a criminal offence to seek to support a prescribed group. So the police are doing the job of ensuring that the law is enforced. I do, again, make the comparison that if it were people protesting about other organisations, about extreme right-wing ideological Islamist organisations, then I think certain people, certain commentators, not in this place but outside of it, would seek to view this matter in a different way. We have to be even-handed and fair, and that is what we've sought to be.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody would support the violent actions of some of the people in Palestine Action, of course. But the number of arrests is placing a huge pressure on our police. The demographic of those arrested is clearly absurd. The nature of what they're doing is holding a placard in response to the horrors that they're seeing on their televisions, and we're all in this House seeing those horrors. The previous Home Secretary says that many of the people who support this group do not know the nature of the more violent elements of it. Therefore, given the apparent imbalance of what we're seeing here, is the Minister not concerned that this creates a dangerous precedent when they're actually trying to enforce against people who are actually terrorists and have malign intent on our streets in future?
Minister.
As I said previously, I understand the concerns that are being expressed. Where he refers to somebody holding a placard, they are holding a placard that expresses support for a prescribed organisation, and that is a criminal offence. I do think, and I refer to the answer I gave just a moment ago, that the government is limited in terms of the detail that it can provide about the activities of Palestine Action for the reasons that I've already explained. I think if people who were considering seeking to protest and were considering seeking to provide their support for this prescribed organisation, I would just invite them to look very carefully at what that organisation has been engaged in. There has been significant reporting about some of those activities, and that might focus the minds of those who are seeking to support them in the future.
Good, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of the over 1,000 people that have been arrested, included blind veterans, elderly people, NHS workers, and even children of Holocaust survivors. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is intent on aiding and abetting Israeli firms. 51 of them who are going to be exhibiting in London this week at the Arms Fair, alongside rolling out the carpet stained with the children of Gaza, children's blood, for the President of Israel. So why are non-violent protesters being treated with greater punishment than a government bombing and starving millions of children? And would he agree with me that if there was real justice, the government would arrest Israeli leadership and send them to the ICC?
Yeah. Well, I hope very much that there is consensus across this House about the desperate situation in Gaza and the Middle East. And I hope that he will understand that this government will do everything that it can to work with partners and with allies to seek to bring a resolution to that desperate situation. He referenced the age of protesters. I just say to him that the law has to be applied fairly and universally. And therefore, if someone is of a particular age, that doesn't enable them to break the law in the way that it wouldn't enable someone of a younger age to do.
Sir.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With over 800 people arrested this weekend, prescribing Palestine Action clearly has not worked as intended. Will the government urgently review our terrorism legislation to ensure those who legitimately protest in favour of the Palestinian cause are not treated as terrorists for simply wearing a T-shirt or holding a placard?
Minister.
Well, I would refer him to the remarks that have been published recently by the Independent Reviewer for Terrorism Legislation.
Manuela Pattugella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister tell me what safeguards, if any, are in place to ensure terrorism powers are not misused against people exercising their democratic right to protest peacefully against proscription, including elderly vicars holding placards?
Well, I think it's an entirely fair challenge. I would say to her that that's precisely why we have Jonathan Hall, KC, the Independent Reviewer of Terrorism Legislation. So he is somebody who is expert in this field, entirely independent from government, and looks at these matters very closely. I think that there is respect for him across the House. Certainly on behalf of the government, we hugely value his opinion, and I would ask her to look carefully about what he said with regard to these matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1,600 individuals, mainly senior citizens, arrested. The Minister will understand that this is not just a big operation, it's taxpayers' money, millions of pounds being spent on arrests, no doubt millions of pounds in legal aid if people are prosecuted in our court system. So will the Minister release the legal advice upon which this prescription took place so that the public can see whether the taxpayer money is being effectively used?
Well, there is a process in place where the Home Secretary makes decisions with regard to prescription. And as part of that process, of course, she will consider legal advice, but advice from experts right across government and from law enforcement. I can give him an assurance that these are decisions that are not taken lightly. No government, no Home Secretary would seek to take these decisions lightly, and the last Home Secretary certainly did not.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our free speech is protected under the European Convention on Human Rights, and we should view with great suspicion anybody who would remove the United Kingdom's signature from that convention. This government's prescription of Palestine action has led to the arrest of over 1,000 peaceful protesters, another assault on freedom of expression. I urge the government to review these powers, which also risk undermining our anti-terrorism laws.
Minister.
Well, he will have heard the response that I've given to the questions on that specific point earlier on in these exchanges. I would also just gently say to him that there were 17 police officers who were assaulted over the weekend. And whilst I completely understand why people will want to refer to non-violent protest, and I completely accept that the majority of people were behaving in a non-violent way, I hope that he and others will join with me in absolutely condemning any attack that took place over the course of the weekend on the police.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for all of his answers? And I was and am pleased to see steps been taken to ensure that those protesters who were outside the realms of peaceful protesters and who were demonstrating support for a prescribed organisation were dealt with in terms that line up to the law. Palestine Action's illegal street protests are impacting on police ability to do their normal jobs. Does the Minister believe that there are enough police officers to deal with more of these scenarios, and how does government ensure that policing on the ground in communities is not sacrificed to police these protests? Thank you.
It's an important point that the Honourable Gentleman makes. I can give him an absolute assurance that we work very closely with the police to ensure that they've got the resources that they need and the necessary legislative framework in order to do their difficult job. But it is important, as he will understand from his own part of the world, that the police are able to enforce the law without fear or favour. I do think it is worth pointing out that the police do work very closely with organisers each week to facilitate safe, lawful protests, and I know that they will continue to do so. Hundreds of thousands of people have been able to make sure that their voices are heard, while only a very tiny majority have been arrested for breaking the law.
That concludes the statement on Palestine action. We will now be moving on to the second urgent question, and I call Sir David Davis.
To ask the Minister of State for the Home Department if he'll make a statement on the 2001 arrest of Saudi national Omar al-Bayoumi and the failure to extradite Mr al-Bayoumi for his alleged involvement in the September 11th terror attacks.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The attacks on 9/11 were an appalling assault on freedom, and we remember the courage displayed by the American people in the aftermath and the years since. Ahead of the anniversary this week, our thoughts remain with the victims and survivors, as well as all of those who loved them. Almost 25 years on, there is a risk that we might forget the destructive and barbaric scale of the attacks on 9/11. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to remind this House that those attacks killed nearly 3,000 innocent people, injured thousands more, and gave rise to substantial long-term health consequences for the victims. The September the 11th attacks are the deadliest act of terrorism in human history, and I would like to take this opportunity to remember every single one of the victims and their families. Now, in addition to the huge loss of life, the attacks also caused at least $10 billion in infrastructure and property damage. Now, it would be inappropriate to comment on an individual case such as the one that the Right Honourable Gentleman has mentioned. As he will know, it is also long-standing government policy followed by successive governments to neither confirm nor deny an arrest for the purpose of an extradition request. The purpose of this policy is to protect the confidentiality of ongoing investigations, reciprocate international best practice, maintain trust and confidence between states, and minimise the risk of fugitives escaping justice. Now, it is always a matter for the competent authorities in requesting territories if they wish to make a request for extradition to the UK. There is an ongoing civil legal action in the United States, but due to those ongoing legal proceedings, the government is not able to comment further today. The extradition process is a formal international procedure where one country requests another to return a person accused or convicted of a serious offence to stand trial or serve a sentence. The process typically begins with a formal request from one country to another. Extradition from the UK is currently governed by the Extradition Act of 2003. For all countries outside the EU, a state-to-state system operates whereby requests are sent between governments with decision-making split between ministers and the UK courts. Whether or not formal extradition arrangements are in place with the requesting state will determine how incoming requests progress through the UK system. There are many countries where bilateral or multilateral treaties are in place. However, the UK can cooperate with any country on an ad hoc basis through the special extradition arrangements provisions in the Act. The Home Office, as an operational case-working unit, the UK Central Authority who exercise the Home Secretary's responsibilities for non-EU extradition to and from the UK, and for all incoming extradition requests sent to the UK from any country in the world, the Act requires a UK judge to decide whether the requested person's extradition would be compatible with their human rights. The UK unequivocally supports the rule of law, whereby all individuals requested for extradition are considered individually by our independent courts, complying with the provisions of the Act.
Sir David Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday's Sunday Times revealed that in the aftermath of 9/11, the Metropolitan Police were forced to release Omar al-Bayoumi, believed to be a Saudi intelligence agent accused of supporting the hijackers, because the FBI withheld evidence. Arrested in Birmingham 10 days after 9/11, al-Bayoumi was taken to London to be interrogated by Met counter-terror officers. The FBI declined to provide those officers with vital evidence of al-Bayoumi's involvement in 9/11. This included a hand-drawn aircraft diagram, trajectory calculations matching the Pentagon attack, and an address book with the attacker's code name, a code name that bin Laden himself did not disclose until a year later. The FBI's refusal to disclose this evidence prevented al-Bayoumi's extradition to the United States. FBI records show that in 1999, al-Bayoumi met with two officials from the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs. Those officials were assessed to be part of a network of individuals connected with the facilitation of two 9/11 attackers. A separate 2017 assessment by the FBI's Arabic specialists concluded Mr al-Bayoumi was a co-optee of Saudi General Intelligence Presidency, that's its Secret Service. Madam Deputy Speaker, a full investigation by the Intelligence and Security Committee is needed, investigating why the FBI clearly avoided extraditing Mr al-Bayoumi, and also exactly what the involvement of the Saudi government was, in particular its Ministry of Islamic Affairs and its Secret Service. It's nearly 25 years, as the Minister said, since 9/11. We've extradited in that time many innocent people to America, but we've failed to extradite someone who deserved to be sent over there. We need to get to the bottom of this, in part because we must learn the lessons of this, so we don't see this terrible atrocity happen again.
Quite right. Here.
Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, who I know applies a huge weight of judgment and consideration to these matters, that I completely understand why he sought to bring this matter to the attention of the House today. I completely understand why he sought to do that. I hope, though, that he understands that I am very limited in terms of what I can say by way of response. Now, he will remember, because I don't think he'll mind me saying he's been around for quite a long time, that in 2001 we were operating under the 1989 Extradition Act. Now, as he inferred, the Sunday Times has reported that key documents were not considered in 2001 when Mr. Omar al-Bayoumi was subject to investigation in respect of the 9/11 bombings in the United States of America. The Sunday Times article suggests that the US did not pursue extradition in 2001. Now, he will understand that there are legal proceedings ongoing in the United States, and that means, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am not able to say any more about it at this point, and I hope that the Right Honourable Gentleman and the House will understand the reasons for that.
I call the Shadow Minister Crisfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by congratulating my right honourable friend, the member for Goole and Pocklington, for securing this urgent question, and to the Sunday Times for their reporting. 9/11, as the Minister said, is one of the most sickening terrorist atrocities of our lifetime, committed by Islamist extremists. Now, yesterday's Sunday Times piece raises serious questions about the case of Omar al-Bayoumi. It appears that the UK police and FBI had clear evidence that Omar al-Bayoumi assisted terrorists and had close links to the Saudi government or elements of them, and indeed was their agents. But it's not me saying that. Just last week, US District Court Judge George Daniels, sitting in New York, found that there was reasonable evidence that 2 Saudi citizens, one of whom was al-Bayoumi, were sent by their government, that is to say the Saudi government, to assist the hijackers. This therefore raises some extremely serious questions which I would like the Security Minister to answer. And I would gently say to him, the fact there are ongoing civil proceedings in New York by no means precludes him from answering. So I ask him not to hide behind that. So firstly, why did the UK police release al-Bayoumi so quickly when they had other suspects, including someone held in an adjacent cell, who were held for extended periods, in that case for 5 months? Secondly, did the Saudi government or the US government pressure the UK government to release al-Bayoumi early and not pursue the matter? And does the Security Minister agree with the judge that al-Bayoumi assisted terrorists and that he was sent by the Saudi government to do so? So will the Security Minister release all the relevant documents, including those held in the National Archive? Will he look into this matter and report back to the House? And finally, does he agree that the Intelligence and Security Committee should urgently investigate this matter?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for his remarks. Now, for reasons that Shadow Home Secretary for his remarks, he's understandably referenced the article in yesterday's Sunday Times, and I accept that it raises a number of important questions that are absolutely worthy of scrutiny and are deserving of the attention of this House. I give him an assurance that the Government and the Security Minister, I will look very closely at the matters that have been raised in the context of this debate. But I don't accept the point that he made that we're seeking to hide behind legal proceedings that are taking place in the US. This is an article that was published in the newspaper yesterday, and we will look very carefully at the detail that is contained within it. I give both the Shadow Home Secretary and the Right Honourable Gentleman assurance to that effect. He made the point also, and again I think it was a reasonable point, about the Intelligence and Security Committee. He will know, as an experienced member and a former minister, it isn't for me to direct the activities of the ISC. They are an independent committee, and it is very much a matter for the chair and the committee to decide what it is that they wish to pursue. But knowing the chair as I do, and he will be well known to members right across this House, I'd be surprised if he didn't want to take a look at it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his update, and I echo his tribute to the victims of the appalling 9/11 attack. However, given recent revelations about Omar al-Bayoumi, his alleged involvement with Saudi intelligence services, and his links to the 9/11 hijackers, a number of pressing questions remain unanswered. The first of these is, why were British investigators not given access to all of the evidence that the FBI held, including the Capitol Hill video and the aircraft sketch? Who in the UK government was briefed about Bayoumi's arrest at the time, and why is there no clear record of ministerial oversight? Did the Saudi authorities make representations to the UK government regarding Bayoumi's detention, and if so, did this ultimately influence the decision to release him? And finally, and most importantly, what safeguards are now in place to make sure crucial evidence from foreign intelligence agencies cannot be withheld from British counter-terrorism investigations?
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to him, not least because he rightly raises the very important point of always seeking to remember and reflect on the sacrifice and the loss of the victims and the survivors of terrorism. He's right. We must never forget that victims and survivors of the horrific terrorist attacks that have scarred communities both here and around the world must be remembered, and we must reflect on that sacrifice. That is something that this government takes incredibly seriously, and in that spirit, that's why we recently consulted on the creation of a national day for victims of survivors of terrorism. It's vital that this is a day that reflects the voices and the experience of those who've been directly impacted by terrorism offences. Now, in terms of his subsequent remarks, he's raised a number of detailed questions, and I'm not going to be able to respond in detail to all of those for the reasons that I have already outlined. But what I can say to him is that we'll look very closely at the matters that have been raised. I hope that he sees there are particular reasons why we're not able to get into the detail of that today, but I give him and the House an assurance that we will look very closely at them.
Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend did the House a service today in raising this important matter. But there are, Madam Deputy Speaker, wider issues associated with this extradition treaty with America. The House will recall that the extradition treaty was set up when Sir Tony Blair was Prime Minister to address terrorism. But it has in recent years controversially been used for a much wider remit, which has from time to time looked as though it was seeking commercial and national advantage. That suggests, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the time may be right to review the extradition treaty. And will the Minister look carefully and consider whether now is the time to do that?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I agree with him. This is an important matter, and I agree with him also that there are wider ramifications from the issue that the right honourable gentleman has been raised. Whilst not committing to a formal review in the way that he has described today, I will commit to him and to the House that we will look very carefully at the issues that have been raised and the points that he has made, and I will endeavour to come back to him and others as soon as possible.
Does the Minister accept that ever since the nationality, the Saudi nationality, of the vast majority of the 9/11 hijackers became known, there has been deep suspicion about the role of the then Saudi government in the atrocity that took place? Can he confirm to what extent the government believes that the nature and attitude of the Saudi government has changed over the past 24 years?
Well, I hope the right honourable gentleman will understand that if on this occasion I want to look forward rather than looking back. And the United Kingdom government hugely values the relationship that we have with Saudi Arabia. I myself visited relatively recently. They are important regional partners, and we want to work as closely and constructively with them as we possibly can.
Dr. Andrew Moss.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 67 Britons died in 9/11. Does the Minister agree with me that we owe it to them, their memory and their families to get to the bottom of what does look very fishy from reports over the weekend in respect to how this individual was handled? Will he assure the House that the police at the time had operational independence, which he referred to in his response to the previous UQ, and does he understand that the British public are deeply sceptical about the stance taken by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly since the 2018 murder of Jamal Khashoggi is still very much at the forefront of their minds?
Well, in terms of his final point, I'd refer him to the response that I gave to his right honourable friend just a moment ago. But I do agree with him about the importance of this matter. That particular day will be ingrained in the minds of, I think, all of us. And I certainly remember exactly where I was. The world changed, and my own life changed alongside it. So I absolutely share the concern that he has about these matters. And I completely agree with him about the point he made with regard to having a responsibility for the UK victims of that horrendous terrorist attack. And for those reasons, I give him an assurance of the seriousness with which we take these matters.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his update and for his answers as well. Does the Minister not agree that our obligation to expose international terrorism, to support our allies in the fight against those responsible for the 9/11 bombings is incredibly clear? Indeed, every step must be taken to ensure that anyone on British soil understands that we will never ever be a shield to terrorists. What steps will the Minister take to ensure that every possible step is taken to ensure that this man is questioned and held to account if in fact he is guilty.
Well, I'm grateful to him, as I always am, not least because he speaks with great authority on matters relating to terrorism. I've had the privilege of discussing it with him on many occasions. He raises very important points. I think all I can say to him is to reiterate the importance that this government attaches to ensuring that we keep the public safe, to working with our international allies to defeat international terrorism. This government will do everything that we need to do to stand against the terrorists and to stand with those who are affected by their destructive activities.
That's the end of the UQ, and I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. I'll come on to the statement, Defence Industrial Strategy. Minister Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I wish to make a statement on the Defence Industrial Strategy. Today, we fulfil another manifesto commitment by publishing our plan to strengthen our security and grow our economy. It is a plan to back British-based industry, to create British jobs and to drive British innovation. Madam Speaker, before I set out the detail of the strategy, can I first place on record my thanks to my right honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Garston, for her work in developing this strategy. And I would also like to extend a warm welcome to my honourable friend, the member for North East Derbyshire, who has joined the MOD team as well. This is a plan, Madam Speaker, supported by £773 million of investment, a plan to make defence an engine for economic growth in every nation and region of our country. The men and women who serve our nation are rightly respected across the world for their dedication and professionalism. Yet, as we know from the war in Ukraine, when a country is forced to fight, its armed forces are only as strong as the industry that stands behind them. The UK has one of the most advanced, innovative defence industrial bases the world over, but we are in a new era of threat, which demands a new era of UK defence. Our Strategic Defence Review set out our vision to make Britain safer, secure at home and strong abroad. Through our Defence Industrial Strategy, we will ensure that we have an industry to deliver that vision. All the pledges made today can only be met because the Labour government has committed the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War. 2.6% of GDP by 2027, 3.5% by 2035, alongside our NATO allies. But with the promise to invest more comes the responsibility to invest better. By implementing our strategy, we will ensure that workers and businesses across the UK feel the benefit of the defence dividend. Madam Deputy Speaker, in opposition, the Defence Secretary told this House Labour's determination to see British investment directed first to British industry is fundamental. Ambition in opposition has today become action in government. Using every lever available to the government, our strategy will prioritise British-based businesses. We will make it easier for British-based firms to do business with the MOD. We will launch an Office of Small Business Growth to support small and medium-sized enterprises access MOD contracts and give greater clarity by sharing our 5-year acquisition pipeline, allowing businesses to invest with confidence. The £10 billion frigate contract signed with Norway last week was the biggest warship deal in our history, a demonstration that when we export defence capabilities, we not only strengthen our security abroad, but create high-skilled jobs at home. Through our strategy, we will back British businesses to go out and win more contracts and create more jobs. The new Office of Defence Exports brings responsibility for defence exports back into the Ministry of Defence and creates a government-to-government export structure which reflects what our allies and industry need. Sustaining sovereign capabilities is the cornerstone of national security, and so our strategy sets out the requirement to onshore key assets. We will, though, maintain the advantages afforded by open international competition, but we will do so in a way that improves value for the British taxpayer. For the first time ever, we will introduce an offset policy designed in consultation with industry. This means that when we buy from our allies, the UK economy will be strengthened in return through new jobs and novel technologies. Our defence industrial base represents a commitment to innovation and excellence. Today it supports over 460,000 jobs and over 24,000 apprenticeships across the UK, the vast majority of which are unionised. And as a trade union member myself, I know that good, well-paid unionised jobs are not only good for defence, they're good for growth as well. Defence is an industry which is a source of not only prosperity, but of pride, one which proves we are still a nation of makers. And what you find when you speak with defence workers is a deep sense of purpose in what they do. They are right to feel that way. Their efforts keep our nation safe. Through our strategy, more people will be afforded the opportunity and rewards of working in this industry. And to ensure the benefits of the defence dividend are shared across every nation and region of the UK, we're investing £250 million in defence growth deals. Our deals will build on the inherent strengths in defence communities by improving skills and infrastructure. The first phase will be launched in Plymouth, where we will focus on advanced marine technologies and autonomous systems, and South Yorkshire, where we will build on our recent investment in defence and steel. Further locations will be announced in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, because not only is there a defence dividend from our uplift in defence spending, there is also a union dividend, strengthening our United Kingdom. ADS analysis indicates defence industry workforce could grow by 50,000 people by 2035 when defence spending increases to 3% of GDP. To ensure the UK can take full advantage, we must make sure we have the workers with the right skills to fulfil these roles. So today I'm announcing the biggest ever investment in defence skills, £182 million of new government funding to establish 5 defence technical excellence colleges, to promote the benefits of a career in defence to over 800,000 school pupils. And our new defence skills passport will make it easier and faster for veterans and workers in other industries to move into the defence sector. Over the past few years, defence firms have expressed growing concerns about attending job fairs. The harassment and intimidation to which they have been subjected has forced companies to cancel events on university campuses. The campaign to boycott and target defence firms misunderstands the very purpose of deterrence. We know the full measure of freedom and security in Britain because of what the defence industry does. So this strategy will help it attract the talent it needs by creating a dedicated presence on the UCAS website, a new defence apprenticeship and graduate clearing system, and a defence university partnership and alliance to strengthen careers in the sector. The war in Ukraine reminds us that innovation is the central pillar of deterrence. To ensure we meet our objectives of better capability and increased growth, we're committed to spending at least 10% of our equipment budget on novel technologies. The newly established UK Defence Innovation is backed by £400 million of ring-fenced investment and has the authority to reallocate funding and resources, ensuring a focus on priorities and value for money. Today's strategy outlines how we will employ UKDI to rapidly produce technologies which give our armed forces an advantage. We will set out the first of the innovation challenges we want industry to go after, as well as how we will better support firms in testing their innovations. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government inherited what the Public Accounts Committee described as a broken procurement system. For too long, defence has been burdened by waste, delay and complexity. Yet today, we know that whoever gets technology to its frontline forces the fastest wins. We have proved that we can do it for Ukraine, now we must do it for Britain. Our segmented approach to procurement sets ambitious targets to drastically reduce the timescales to get new projects on contract. And as part of the biggest shake-up to the Ministry of Defence in over 50 years, we have created the role of National Armaments Director. And because we want UK firms to win, not just at home but abroad, we will improve our export licensing system with a new digital platform, better training for staff, and reformed procedures, including allowing exporters to apply for licenses during the bidding process. Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike previous strategies, R1 is funded. It is also the culmination of months of detailed work and close engagement with industry, academia and trade unions. Throughout this process, our aim has been to produce a strategy with the defence sector rather than to it. With a clear plan, backed by historic investment, our government, alongside industry, will now deliver for Britain. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for early sight both of his statement and the hard copy document itself. Before I respond to today's statement, though, can I express on behalf of the opposition our wholehearted condemnation of the latest drone attack on Kyiv, the largest of the war, with small children among the dead. It's a reminder of why we need to step up and rearm at pace and scale to strengthen our deterrence in a dangerous world. Madam Deputy Speaker, this strategy's statement of intent, published last December, stated, and I quote, "The defence industrial strategy will be developed at pace and will be published in late spring 2025. Well, it's now the autumn, delayed when we need to see real pace from the government, and this is part of a pattern. 26 times ministers promised on the floor of the House that the Strategic Defence Review would be published in the spring. It was published in the summer. The Defence Housing Strategy was promised for the summer, and we now understand it will be published as late as Christmas recess. So can the Minister guarantee that the DIP will be published this year? But it's not just Labour's reviews which are being published far later than promised. The SDR promised that there would be a National Armaments Director in place from the 1st of April 2025. On page 6 of the document, as the Minister himself just said, and I quote, "We have created the role of National Armaments Director." So if they've created the role, could they kindly tell us their name? Is Andy Start the interim NAD, or is he the new permanent empowered NAD? And if so, is he on his previous salary or the much higher one for the new role? Key appointments and strategies months late. The fact is, war is changing rapidly, but Labour are moving far too slowly. On the contents of the Defence Industrial Strategy itself, we welcome further measures to boost the skills base of our defence sector. Whilst we will wait to see the full details of the growth deals, we strongly share the government's goal of spreading the prosperity benefits of defence all around the United Kingdom. So can he tell us when they will be up and running, and if the £250 million investment represents new money not previously included in the MOD budget? Personally, I also welcome the measures to boost defence exports, not least establishing a real G2G offer and reshoring the defence export team back into the MOD, something I was working on, and I'm glad to see that they are implementing that. Yeah. But our main concern about this strategy, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it lacks the ambition to fire up our defence industrial base at the scale and pace required at a time when the threats we face are so stark. The blunt reality is this, that for all of Labour's talk, actual procurement has been largely on hold since the election, with the now notorious written answer confirming in the spring that the government had purchased just 3 new drones since the election last July. Quite simply, they need to start signing actual capability contracts, because thousands of jobs are at stake in some of those major procurements that were meant to have been resolved in the SDR, but on which we still await a decision. For example, on Friday I had the pleasure to visit Leonardo in Yeovil, the cornerstone of UK military rotary, and it's clear that the new medium helicopter procurement is critical to their future. When I announced the NMH competition, I deliberately strengthened the tender scoring to support defence jobs here in the UK. So is the government still committed to NMH, and if so, when will they give the green light? Hopefully at DSEI. For that matter, when will we see further progress on Skynet, the Red Arrows replacement, M270 artillery, and the many other key decisions industry are waiting on? We want to see pace in procurement, not endless slithering and delay. But we all know the reason why the waiting goes on for so many UK defence companies, large and small. The government haven't prioritised meaningfully boosting defence spending in the near term, but are instead using smoke and mirrors to inflate what appears to be going into the MOD. For example, reclassifying the intelligence budget into defence so that they can claim to be spending 2.6% by 2027, when the reality is that the MOD budget, that which actually funds the equipment plan, will be just 2.2% of GDP in that same year. And whilst key procurement decisions continue to be put off, tomorrow Labour will plough on as fast as possible with surrendering sovereignty of our critical defence base on Diego Garcia at a cost of £35 billion. The first payment is £250 million next year, and I can safely say instead of giving that to the government of Mauritius, we would spend that money on rapid procurement of drones and counter-drone tech for the British Army from our brilliant British defence SMEs. Because that's what we wanted to see from today's strategy, delivering a strong sovereign drone industrial base, and the same for space, rotary, military vehicles, and so many others, as well as AI and tech. Warm words delivered late are not enough. We need to see a real-world ramping up of the defence industrial base with serious investment, not smoke and mirrors, prioritising UK defence companies and rapidly boosting our ability to deter the rising threats we face.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the Shadow Defence Secretary really wanted to welcome this strategy, but it's really finding it difficult because the politics have got in the way here. Let me deal with some of those. But first of all, let me say I am grateful for him and his words about the attack in Kyiv, because it is so important that though we may disagree on some things across this House, there is strong cross-party support against Putin's illegal invasion, and that must not ever wane. But let me politely suggest to him that the mess that we inherited on defence procurement is one that he was in charge of when he was in government. So it is a bit cheeky, I like cheekiness generally speaking, for him to raise these questions. The platforms that he asked about should have been sorted under his government, but never were. And he knows for sure that the investments we will make will be in the Defence Investment Plan that will be published later this year. He also knows that the National Armaments Director, we have appointed Andy Starr as the interim NAD, recruitment is well advanced, but it is so important we get the right person for this role, and we will continue to do that. He asked about the defence growth zones. This is new money to do so, and he also knows that we have signed 900 deals for contracts since the election when it comes to defence procurement, and we will sign more on the back of the Defence Investment Plan later this year as well. He accuses us of dithering and delay. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that is political projection from the failures of his time in government. Because we have a clear increase in defence spending, a clear strategy published today that directs that increased defence budget at British companies, that backs British SMEs, that creates the skills that our industry needs. I know that he wants to back it. I know he's passionate about drones. That's why I know that he will back our doubling of funding for autonomy and drone systems in the SDR. But let me say to him politely, there's a huge opportunity for British businesses up and down the country, in every single nation and region of our land. This strategy sets out the objectives and the opportunities for that. I hope on reflection he'll be able to thoroughly welcome this and give it the full-hearted support, because our industry deserves the support of this House. It has the support of this Labour government, and we will continue to increase defence spending, directing more of it at British businesses.
Chair, Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's announcement and indeed advanced sight of the government's defence industrial strategy, which rightly seeks to strengthen our sovereign capabilities and bolster British defence businesses. One element, Madam Deputy Speaker, of this strategy is offsetting, as set out on page 7 of the document, whereby contracts to overseas companies will lead to British jobs and novel technologies. But the Minister will be aware that while this practice is used in other nations, it has been abandoned on previous attempts because when it has been attempted, it has led to increased costs and complex contract problems. So how will the Minister ensure that the government gets the details correct, that it will indeed benefit British workers, and that the costs aren't merely loaded onto the other contracts?
Can I thank my friend for his question? The offset policy that we will shortly consult on with industry provides not just the opportunity for us to bring our industries closer together, but it also means that in the circumstances where we have to buy from a foreign provider, that could be because of quality or specific opportunities, we have the ability then to invest more in UK businesses. This is commonplace. It is featured in the Norway deal. It's featured in Australian government procurement and indeed from South Korea as well. It's a model that works, and more so, it creates the environment where we can mesh our industries together more closely between our allies. That's helped share R&D costs for new platforms. It helps ensure that when we are not able to spend money on British purchases, British industry still benefits from increased skills, increase investment in novel technologies, and I think this is one of those areas that will directly benefit UK firms and our entire defence ecosystem, especially with those investments in skills that will last a lifetime for the workers involved and show a real defence dividend.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Defence Secretary for advance sight of the Defence Industrial Statement, and I welcome the announcement today of the new Defence Industrial Strategy, because for too many years the Conservatives chose to ignore the challenges across our defence industrial base. And in light of the threats that we face from Imperial Putin and other revisionist powers, it's right that this government has a serious approach to the defence industrial base in our country. The opportunities offered through the Defence Skills Passports provide vital channels for people already in employment to make the transition into the sector. UK businesses are playing a vital role in supporting military operations in Ukraine, yet we know many businesses operate internationally. Will the Minister ensure that all British individuals working in the defence sectors and officers abroad will also have the skills that they need to support our allies? And as the need to work closely with our European allies continues to grow, can he also provide an update on what progress the government has made on securing the UK's access to the EU Security Access for Europe Fund? It's vital that we properly incorporate small and medium-sized companies into the defence supply chain across Britain. So whilst I welcome the government's commitment to a new defence office for small business growth, can the Minister set out how the new office will effectively support the integration of small and medium-sized companies into supply and procurement? It's absolutely crucial that the UK is prioritising spending its money at home and with the best businesses. To create a forward-thinking defence industry, will the Minister support an innovative approach to developing new defence capabilities that continues to give businesses the opportunity to innovate even when the product is in use? Will the Minister also confirm that whilst the Type 26 deal with Norway is a positive step in working closely with our allies, that the delivery timeline for expanding the UK's own Type 26 fleet will not be delayed? And finally, last week, my honourable friend for St Ives asked the then Foreign Secretary if he would assure the House that the government would not award a £2 billion contract to Israeli defence manufacturer Elbit, to which he replied with a resounding yes. Can the Defence Secretary reconfirm this position today?
Well, can I thank the honourable member for her welcome of this strategy. It is good that we can see cross-party support for our defence industry. Can I welcome her words around the support that we provide to Ukraine as well. And I think the lessons we're learning from the war in Ukraine is that we can procure faster, better and more effectively using increased freedoms. That's precisely the lessons we're seeking to apply from our work supporting our Ukrainian friends to support the UK armed forces as well. Negotiations on UK participation in SAFE are led jointly by the Cabinet Office and the Ministry of Defence. We will seek to continue those conversations. It needs to provide value for money for the British taxpayer and opportunities for British businesses, and I'm confident those will be productive discussions. The SME office that we're seeking to create is one way of helping those small businesses that feel they have an innovative project for defence, but struggle with the labyrinthine bureaucracy, the real confusion about who to go to. So to have a one-stop shop that enables people to access those contracts and navigate it will be a real boost for SMEs selling their products into the Ministry of Defence. And she's right about the need for spiral development. It's something that in reducing the contracting times, we also need to be alive to the fact that the technologies that we'll be procuring need to be spiral developed at pace, not have a legacy system which then gets spiral development many years later. And in relation to her two final questions, the Type 26 deal with Norway is a superb boost for shipbuilding on the Clyde. We are in discussions with our Norwegian friends. In fact, they have already started around the build slots, but the Royal Navy will continue to receive our Type 26s in the 2030s as planned. And when it comes to the recruitment contract that she mentioned, no decisions have been made on this. The intention is to make a decision in February 2026, but I've heard what she has said in relation to that.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Thursday, I had the pleasure of visiting BAE Systems in my constituency with the Prime Minister and to speak to many of the apprentices there who are looking forward to a very long and secure future with their jobs. I wonder whether my honourable friend can tell us whether the model that is used at Scotstoun with the training academy is one that can be considered for integration into the defence academies, and whether Glasgow might be one of the locations for such an academy, presumably following discussions with the Scottish Government.
Well, can I thank her for her championing of the work that takes place at Scotstoun. Both in Govan and in Scotstoun, we have an incredible workforce building the world's best anti-submarine warfare frigate. And I'm very glad that they're getting such a lot of attention since the Norway deal, because they deserve it. The Skills Academy that BAE have built on the Clyde, as well as the Skills Academy they've built in Barrow for the submarine build work, is best in class. It really provides an opportunity to skill people up for a lifetime of opportunity, and they're precisely the type of investments we want to see more defence companies make. But I'll take her question here as an early bid for one of those colleges, but I look forward to continuing work with her and other Glasgow MPs on how we make the most out of that Type 26 project.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Swedish Archer self-propelled gun is in the process of replacing the AS-90 and will itself be replaced by the German remote-controlled Howitzer 155 system. Is the Minister able to say when the in-service date of the Howitzer will be, how much UK componentry will be in it, and how many UK jobs does he anticipate being generated by it?
Thank you for that question. It's entirely right that we donated the AS-90 platforms. Nearly all of them are now in operation with our Ukrainian friends. It was the right decision to do, originally taken by his own party and supported by the Labour Party, and it's right that we have transferred those. The Archer is a good platform that will provide that interim capability. I can get him the stats and I'll write to him with the further details about it, but it's absolutely right that we equip our forces with the latest technologies, and we do so where possible by procuring with our allies to reduce the R&D costs and to increase the real benefits from it.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Defence Industrial Strategy today. In Aldershot and Farnborough, we have a strong ecosystem that includes home of the British Army, Standing Joint Command, the home of Kinetic, and a hub of amazing SMEs on Cody Technology Park. So I'm really pleased to see the government acknowledging my community's role in putting the UK at the cutting edge of defence innovation in this strategy. And I'm pleased to see the regional investment through the growth deals. What assessment has the Minister made of quick win places like Aldershot and Farnborough that are already delivering for the government on defence, but with the right extra support and a brief from government could do even more?
Can I thank her for her championing her local businesses, not only as the home of the British Army, but as an incredible base for innovation and advanced technologies. I think there's real opportunities to grow this sector further in her constituency and across the UK. That's what the Defence Industrial Strategy seeks to do by directing more of that increasing defence budget at British-based firms, but also investing in the skills that's required. And certainly with a constituency as hungry and as ambitious as hers is, we're going to need even more skills. And so that's where the investment in FE colleges, in schools and university partnerships is so essential in providing those skills. But I'm happy meeting her to discuss this further.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first want to congratulate the Minister on his promotion. I've just returned from the US with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, where we reviewed disruptive technology from AI to quantum and seen how it has a chance to change the defence industrial base. What consideration of that fast-moving technology has been put in this defence industrial strategy?
Minister.
Well, can I thank him for his question and for championing novel technologies. Defence innovation, the £400 million that we've allocated to that organisation, is designed to champion those disruptive high-end technologies. But we also be clear that we want to spend 10% of our equipment budget on those advanced pieces of technology. But we also need to support the wider R&D ecosystem, which supports that. So that's why we're also making announcements in the strategy about supporting our university partnerships and the research partnerships that deliver it, certainly between some of the US projects that rely in many cases on British technology as well. There's a real strong ecosystem to learn the lessons from Ukraine and to maintain that technological edge. Real opportunities for UK businesses to do so more, and the more links we have with our US friends in terms of those advanced tech and R&D, the better.
Warren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I welcome the government's commitment to support for Ukraine, to our security and to our regional economies. The North East sends proportionally more of its young people into the armed forces than any other region in the country, and yet the Ministry of Defence spends less with our businesses and industry than any other region, despite our fantastic high-value advanced manufacturing. We haven't been offered a defence growth deal, it appears. Would he agree to meet with me and the stakeholders to address this question urgently? The member for Liverpool Garton had agreed to do so. Will he undertake that commitment?
I thank my friend for the question. I replied to the debate held on defence in the North East only a few weeks ago. Very happy meeting her to look at it. It's not just about how we back the current defence industries that exist right across the country, including in the North East, but also how do we make sure that for firms that might not think of themselves as a defence company, we provide the routes for them to sell their products and services into defence, making it easier to navigate, especially with the new SME offer. I think will greatly support many of the businesses in her constituency, and I'm happy meeting her and her regional colleagues to make that case further.
Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government said over the summer that the Dreadnought programme was on track, despite the fire last year at Barrow, the challenges of COVID, or the other government programmes that are running delayed. But there's a lot of latitude in saying it's early 2030s. Is he able to clarify which year the first vessels will be in service, because it has significant implications for the length of sea of existing submariners?
Can I thank him for his question, and in particular for framing it around our submariners. The Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have both been to zero-day events where our nuclear bombers return to base after many months away. Their tours are far too long, and to ensure that we can bring those down, we not only need to bring on the new Dreadnought-class submarines, we need to make sure that the submarines that are in refit, the Vanguard class, get to sea faster. We've got efforts to deliver both of those. It's difficult for me to give the full in-service dates on the floor of the House, but I'm happy writing to him with some details that I may be able to publish to him.
Callum Anderson, after which I will call Steve Darling. Callum Anderson.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. As I welcome this industrial strategy, and as my honourable friend, the member for Slough, said, demonstrates how closely aligned a strong domestic defence sector is with our economic security and sovereignty. I wonder if he might add a bit more detail about what assessment his department has made about the potential further export opportunities are from this industrial strategy, which will not only strengthen UK economic growth, but also strengthen our relationships, our economic and defence relationships with our allies.
I thank him for that question. I've just returned from South Korea, where I held a number of discussions with government ministers there about export opportunities and, importantly, partnerships as well, about how we can use British ingenuity and British expertise in support of our allies' generating capabilities as well, which benefits all of us in a win-win situation. Across every single sector of British defence manufacturing, there are export opportunities. And what we seek to do with bringing defence exports into the Ministry of Defence is align the infrastructure that we have within the MOD, within our overseas representation and in the expertise to power those deals so we can announce more deals like the Type 26 deal, like the £1.6 billion LMM contract, missiles being made in Northern Ireland and being exported to Ukraine. Huge opportunities for us to do even more, and it's good to have his support in terms of powering up those exports, especially for those SMEs that could be the powerhouse of the next generation technologies.
Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure that the Minister, as a fellow Devon MP, will only be too well aware of our thriving high-tech cluster and the support it currently gives the defence industry from its base in Torbay. What assurances can the Minister give our high-tech cluster in Torbay that they will be taken account of as this strategy is to develop so they can play their part in supporting our nation's defences? Thank you.
Well, can I thank him? As a Plymouth MP, I know that the success of the defence industry in Plymouth isn't just about what happens in the PL postcode, it's about the wider regional ecosystem, and Torbay, especially in its marine technology, has an awful lot to offer. Making sure that the Plymouth growth deal, indeed all the growth deals that we've announced today, benefit the wider region, not just the particular location, is an important part of how we power growth, but I think the increase in skills, the focus on buying British from British-based firms will help businesses right across the country, including in the Honourable Member's constituency.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I was at the Nuclear Skills Academy in Derby, a partnership between Rolls-Royce and the University of Derby, teaching the skills needed to create the reactors which power our submarines and delivering 200 apprenticeships a year. The Defence Industrial Strategy delivers the biggest investment in defence skills in decades. Can the Minister tell us more about how it will help smaller defence suppliers to secure the skills that they need too? Minister.
Well, I'm grateful for my honourable friend for raising the Rolls-Royce skills work, because Derby is really one of the best-in-class examples in this area. A company investing in their people and able to do so because of the long-term security that this government's provided with the multi-billion-pound commitment to buy new nuclear reactors from Derby for our nuclear submarines in the future. I think we need to make sure that in our skills investment, it's not just the primes that invest for the skills for that single business, it's that a skills ecosystem must invest for all the suppliers and SMEs as well. Because there's no point primes having full apprenticeships if the suppliers they buy from that are essential for the end product don't have enough skills. That's precisely why skills are at the very heart of the defence industrial strategy we've announced today, and examples like Rolls-Royce are superb in terms of delivering it.
Objecting.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to place on record my excitement at seeing RAF Whitton in my constituency directly mentioned in the Defence Industrial Strategy. Last week I was at RAF Whitton for a hugely successful discussion on its future as a defence technology cluster with senior officers from the Cyber and Specialist Operations Command and also the leadership of Huntingdonshire District Council and planners from the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority. So could I invite the Procurement Minister and the Defence Secretary to visit RAF Whitton, as I believe they may be due to anyway, to see not only the tremendous work that Defence Intelligence do, but also to see its suitability as the Defence Energy and Capability Resilience Centre of Excellence, addressing my fears that the land may be sold off for housing by DIO by accident in the interim. And could I also invite them both to the Huntingdonshire Defence Showcase right here in Parliament next month?
Well, I thank him for championing his constituency. I think there's a real opportunity at RAF Whitton, not just in terms of the military purpose that Defence Intelligence provides there, which is obviously difficult to talk about in the public space, but in terms of the spin-offs and the industrial opportunities that the wider estate offer. I'll be very happy attending those events, and I look forward to continuing the conversation about Whitton and returning to visit there very soon.
Speaker, today's blockbuster strategy completely rewires many of the institutions that are at the heart of our defence financing, the NWF, BBB and export finance. But with the news that the Chinese bond market may now be open to Russian defence companies, does my honourable friend agree with me that we need to keep innovating and keep evolving the way we do defence financing to support our own industrial base?
Well, can I first of all thank him for his work that he's been doing about how we open up finance, especially to small businesses, dealing with some of the policies that restrict access to finance for those firms that work in defence. He's absolutely right that we're seeing internationally more of those nations come together that sometimes oppose our values, but we need to make sure we are innovating with our finance, that SMEs have access to capital. That's one of the reasons why we're seeking to create a more predictable pipeline of acquisitions that enables businesses, especially small businesses, to borrow to invest.
Lucky we'll get a per capita share of this £250 million in the growth deal, which is barely twice what the SNP Scottish Government have invested in the Skills Academy in BAE alone. But the omens aren't good, because Scotland is routinely shortchanged in defence expenditure. The London Government spending more in the south east of England than it does in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland put together. The Minister's own region seems set to benefit, and Yorkshire, I'm not sure where the union dividend is between Portsmouth and Yorkshire. So seeing as he's holding the pen writing the cheque, presumably the cheque will hopefully not bounce, will Scotland at the very least get its per capita share of that £250 million?
It's such negativity from the SNP. On the day where we just announced a growth deal for Scotland, creating skills and infrastructure, instead of welcoming that investment, it's more negativity. It continues the pattern we've seen from the SNP in Scotland. Not interested in defence, not interested in defence jobs, not interested in the growth that it brings. Only when there is a win do they finally come out and say something positive. There's a lot to be done in Scotland to grow that sector. We're backing the Scottish defence industry, and I hope his party will do so soon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we back British jobs, British industry and British innovators, we know that communities across our country reap the awards. What steps will the Minister take to make sure our proudly homegrown SMEs can be supportive in delivering this industrial strategy?
Well, can I thank him for that? I've seen some incredible innovation in our SMEs in defence. Companies that have the opportunity to transform the war-fighting capabilities of our forces and support our allies. But for far too many of them, it's been too difficult to find the person that's awarding the contract, to navigate the process, to understand how to access the forward supply, or even to get security clearance to understand what their competitors are doing. This defence industrial strategy seeks to rectify those problems by creating that single new one-stop shop for SMEs, so all our SMEs in every part of the UK can access MOD contracts, and so we can benefit from their innovation and agility.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I imagine the timing of this defence industrial strategy is linked to the Defence Security and Equipment International that's happening in London this week. So could the Minister have a word with the Mayor of London to emphasise how important this event is for the defence industrial strategy? Now, in West Worcestershire, the brilliant brains in Malvern have come up with something that's very topical and timely, which is a better way to deal with those who seek to spoof and jam the GPS signal. And it's something that was developed with MOD funding. It's being sold to other countries around the world. The UK doesn't seem to be buying it. So could the Minister look into that specific issue?
Minister.
If the right honourable lady writes to me about that issue, I'll certainly look into it. And can I say that this morning I was on the bridge of HMS Mersey, one of our offshore patrol vessels, moored outside the Excel Centre in East London as part of the DSEI conference. It is a huge opportunity for growth. And of course, there are 10,000 defence jobs in London and an opportunity to grow even more in every part of the UK, including in the nation's capital.
Anna Geldard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement and congratulate him on his new role. It's fantastic to see that Plymouth has been named as one of the defence growth deals. This is very positive for South East Cornwall. Our close ties with workers crossing the Tamar River daily using the Tamar crossings, and autonomous naval vessels training in our local Cornish waters. In fact, 23% of Babcock's Devonport workforce live in South East Cornwall. So will the Minister outline how the positive impacts of this announcement will be felt throughout the region and assure me that local housing and local transport improvements will be considered critical to the successful delivery of this important deal?
Well, can I thank my neighbour for the advocacy? The Plymouth growth deal, just as all the growth deals that we've announced today, will help the wider region in each location, not just the specific location, in terms of building a skills base that will help the suppliers as well as the primes in those locations. But it's not, she's right, it's not just that we need to look at skills, we need to look at housing. And the Barrow model, for instance, is a good one for us to look at, because Barrow needs to grow bigger to build the submarines that the Royal Navy needs. And to do that, it's not just about the shipyard, though investment from this government is going into it. It's about housing, it's about education, it's about health in that community. That's precisely the model that is being followed for other locations across the UK, including in the South West.
Can I ask members to be short and the Minister to be even shorter? Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the summer, I joined the Chief of the General Staff and visited Supercat at Dunkeswell in Devon. I learned there that to keep supply chains active, manufacturers need continuous orders that keep British-made capabilities sharp. I'm pleased to hear that Plymouth is going to enjoy a cut of the £250 million pledged for defence growth deals, but can the Minister let us know about the next order of the incredible Jackal 3 high-mobility transporter?
Well, as the honourable gentleman knows, the Jackal 3 is made in Devonport in the constituency that I represent. It is a good platform. We'll be making further announcements about orders across a whole range of land vehicles, which companies across the UK will be able to bid into. But the work at Jackal 3 continues with the long wheelbase variants being produced at the moment.
Richard Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister assure me that along with the huge defence contracts this government has already secured for shipyards in Scotland, this strategy will also offer great opportunities for fabrication yards, including Methil in my constituency, saved from closure by Labour ministers, whose brilliant workforce are already now delivering a new £8 million government contract under its new owners, Nuvantia UK?
Well, can I thank him for raising that example? The new investment that we've made in terms of the £8 million will create the facility for the build of the new Royal Fleet Auxiliary Fleet Sword support ships, which is an important part of keeping our Royal Navy supplied well into the future. And I'm grateful that he raises manufacturing, because there's huge opportunities in this strategy for businesses like the ones he raised.
Jim Alistair.
Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the indication that Northern Ireland will participate in the defence growth deals. But could I ask the Minister to explain the interplay, of any, with the devolved government? I ask because we in Northern Ireland have the misfortune of having an anti-British defence economy minister in the shape of a Sinn Féin minister. Can I have an assurance that she will not be able to thwart any of Northern Ireland's benefits under this deal? And I asked in the context that today, sadly, the MOD had to abandon a trade fair participation in Londonderry, courtesy of Sinn Féin pressure.
Well, we're proud that the growth deals will be in every single part of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. The precise location of those in the devolved administrations will be set in conjunction with discussions with those devolved administrations, including those in Northern Ireland. We're absolutely clear that there's a job and growth opportunity in Northern Ireland to provide new, well-paid, good jobs to people there, and that's why we will be working with partners in Northern Ireland to find the right location and to invest in the skills that the industry there needs.
Downey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement, as well as the news last week of the need for some significant infrastructure investment in the Rosyth dockyard in my constituency, which is highly welcome for myself and jobs in the area. As the Minister said, the real defence dividend will be the long-term skills. We've seen skills devolved to the Scottish Government, and they have utterly failed when it comes to defence skills because of their absolutely childish attitude towards the defence industry, and 72 hours does not make up for 20 years of failure. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss options to ensure that skills and delivery of skills opportunities in Scotland in the defence sector can be delivered for people in my constituency and across Scotland, so they can take advantage of the kind of long-term opportunities and sustainable jobs that exist?
Well, Scotland's got good representatives on this side of the House that value defence jobs in Scotland, that value those people that work in those jobs, and that see growth opportunities. I know that in terms of the work that takes place in Rosyth, in the Honourable Gentleman's constituency, there's huge opportunity, not just in terms of the submarine recycling work, the build of the Type 31 frigates, but the supply chain opportunities for other platforms as well. We will continue to invest in Scotland, and I hope we can find, after the Scottish Parliament elections, a new partnership between the Scottish Government, whoever may form that, and the UK Government, so we have less politics and more focus on growth.
Ian Lewis. Sir Julian Lewis.
Now that the killer in the Kremlin has reinstated the serious prospect of all-out war on the continent of Europe, does the Minister accept that this places a premium on national autonomy in our procurement process? So in future, with procurement issues, will they make it clear to what extent we could proceed with acquiring the necessary munitions irrespective of what was happening to the allies with whom we might normally be cooperating?
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his customary thoughtful question in relation to this. He will know of our intention to build 6 new munitions factories, including a new energetics factory, precisely because there is a shortage and there's concerns around supply and resilience. He will also know that we are seeking to onshore a number of capabilities, and the Defence Industrial Strategy deals with a number of those capabilities, especially around national security, which we want to see enhance our sovereign capability, and I encourage him to read that part of the strategy shortly.
Donald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. This defence industrial strategy shows that we finally have a government that takes our British defence industry seriously. A foundation of domestic orders enables British businesses to compete effectively for export orders. Could the Minister outline to me the nature of the support from UK defence innovation that our defence and defence-adjacent SMEs might help to commercialise their technology? And I hope he'll consider Teesside in the North East for a future skills academy and any future growth zone deals.
I thank him for his advocacy for his community. There's certainly opportunities in every part of the country, including on Teesside, for defence companies and companies that are not selling into defence currently but have an opportunity to do so. The investment, the £400 million investment in UK defence innovation is designed to go after the most innovative, disruptive technologies. Primes have a good role in this, but so do SMEs, and I encourage all businesses to lean into that opportunity to really go after that increased funding and the export and contractual opportunities that will provide.
Ian Solon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister has made a number of announcements today about skills in the Defence Industrial Strategy, which is much appreciated, but can he explain how they will integrate with existing skills frameworks, and also whether the industry will be given the flexibility to develop new courses at the wartime pace that the SDR referenced?
The gentleman is exactly right. The work that ADS is doing, for instance, on their new curriculum is really interesting and exciting. There's a real opportunity to go after the skills challenges nationwide, because we need to make sure to give our men and women in our armed forces the kit they need, and to export to our allies, we need to invest more in skills. It's something that we have underinvested in as a nation for far too long. That changes with the Defence Industrial Strategy today.
McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement. The Defence Industrial Strategy will strengthen our security and grow our economy. These reforms will boost jobs in communities such as my West Dunbartonshire constituency, which is sandwiched between the £250 million investment in Fastlane and the £10 billion contract with Norway, guaranteeing shipbuilding on the Clyde for years to come. Will the Minister agree to meet with me, together with the leader of my local authority and the Chief Executive of West Dunbartonshire, to explore the opportunities for bringing further defence investment and employment to West Dunbartonshire?
Very happy meeting the honourable gentleman and Councillor Rooney, his local authority leader. There's real opportunities looking at some of the sites, especially considering the investment in nuclear technology that we have in his part of the world. I know that he's seeking engagement with the Department for Business and Trade about the locations in West Dunbartonshire, and I'm very happy meeting him to discuss it further.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister in his opening remarks mentioned the importance of the Strategic Defence Review to the industrial strategy. When that strategy was announced to Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll remember that some unions and some organisations and some businesses were given preferential access to it. But the Minister has consistently refused to say who and when. Written questions have gone with just flannel as answers, and FOIs are now almost a month out of date. What is the Minister trying to hide, and when will he answer the question?
On a day where she could be celebrating the work of SMEs in her constituency, where she could be talking up British growth, she's here again with a complaint. There is a clear process we followed with the SDR on the predication of the previous administration. We've followed a clear plan today to brief the opposition to make sure it's clear. We're backing British businesses. I wish she had taken that opportunity to do so here as well.
Mehdi.
SMEs like Affinity at RAF Valley in my constituency offer apprenticeship that equip young people with the crucial engineering skills. It's vital that the Defence Industrial Strategy's new clearing style system for apprenticeship work with local SMEs and colleges to expand these opportunities. Can the Minister clarify how this system will operate in Wales, where apprenticeship is devolved?
I thank the Honourable for a question. It's precisely why we're seeking more engagement with devolved administrations around defence. Defence is a reserved matter, but skills is devolved. So we need to form a new partnership between the different governments across the United Kingdom, including in Wales, because the skills around RAF Valley are really very impressive. There's huge opportunity for growth. And if we get this right, we create more good, well-paid jobs in her constituency and across Wales, an opportunity that this government is going to seize with both hands.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the face of procurement is changing, and that hopefully we will see a telescoping of the time between the flash of inspiration and the bang of kinetic effectors, as they say. The neutral vendor framework for innovation is very important in part of that, but will the Minister give me some assurance that the Business and Trade Committee's recommendation that we have metrics so that we can measure outputs and not simply inputs can be brought forward?
Can I thank him and agree with him? I'm a big fan of a data-led dashboard, and the Ministry of Defence will be producing those because we need to have a greater data-led approach when it comes to procurement, a clear focus on prioritisation, going after those areas that have fallen behind, something that the last government, I'm afraid, failed to get after. That's our new approach to how we're going to do this. I've already met with the chair of the committee he mentions, and I look forward to meeting him further to discuss how we can take on board the recommendations to make sure we get this system right.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To provide certainty for the whole defence sector, but particularly small and medium-sized businesses in my constituency of Woking, can the Minister confirm when negotiations on the UK joining SAFE, the €150 billion security action for Europe, will conclude and that decision be made so those businesses have that certainty and that long-term security that this strategy is meant to provide?
The EU-UK reset deals signed by the Prime Minister recently opened the door to those discussions around SAFE. The Cabinet Office and the MOD are jointly working on those discussions to make sure they happen properly. We need to make sure we achieve value for money. We need to make sure that it builds and supports those UK businesses selling products into our European allies. There's huge opportunity here. We're going to continue those discussions. I don't want to set an arbitrary deadline to do so, but those discussions are ongoing, and I hope that the Cabinet Office and the MOD will be able to come back with good news in due course.
Swan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Government's announcement of a dedicated procurement hub in Northern Ireland to support our SMEs, although I do note that no location has been announced in Northern Ireland. Can I remind him of the excellent opportunity that the Aldergrove base in my constituency presents, and how it would be an excellent system for a location for uncrewed systems centres? So would the Minister meet with me and the leadership of Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council to further develop that opportunity?
There is no better champion. I have met with the Honourable Gentleman a number of times when he has spoken about his constituency. I agree with him that there's real opportunity in Northern Ireland for defence investment, and I look forward to the continued discussions with the Northern Ireland Executive and with local communities, members of Parliament, councils, to make sure we find the right locations for the investment and that Northern Ireland gets that defence growth deal that we've announced today and gets it soon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the honourable gentleman for the statement today. I'm really excited about the emphasis on skills that the statement has made. I also note the ambitious timetable to try and get these 5 academies created by the end of 2026. So in the spirit of the cheekiness that he says that he admires, can I encourage the honourable gentleman to pop over the constituency border from Aldershot to Surrey Heath to find a constituency that would be ready and an expedient site for one of those future academies, a site that already has Sandhurst Military Academy, Pirbright, but which is also the historic home of Chobham Armour. So defence is part of our history and our heritage, and I hope it's also part of our future. Thank you.
I will take that as a strong early bid, but happy talking to the honourable gentleman about how we maximise skills in his constituency.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very, very much for the incredibly good news that he, the Minister and the Labour Government have delivered today in this chamber. Every one of us across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will relish the idea of jobs coming our way. We in the Democratic Unionist Party welcome the Defence Industrial Strategy, acknowledging the need for world-class defence and making the most of our world-class defence businesses, one of which Talis, of course, employs hundreds of Stryker constituents and has been instrumental in protecting Ukraine. Some 200 new jobs, including, I understand, 30 apprenticeships just no more than 3 months ago. With news circulating that defence spending commitments will create a total of 85,000 jobs across the sector in the next 10 years, can the Minister reaffirm the role of Northern Ireland in this industry and lead in the defence of this great nation? Thank you.
Let me be very clear. There is growth opportunities in every nation and region of the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland. It's why we've announced today a defence growth deal for Northern Ireland. It builds on the incredible skills that we already see in defence companies in Northern Ireland. And this government, we were very proud to announce the £1.6 billion contract for the LMM missile that will be built in Northern Ireland, that will be used to shoot down Russian drones attacking our allies in Ukraine. It's precisely how we can make defence an engine for growth, as well as supporting our security objectives. The workers in Northern Ireland should be very proud of the work they are doing. I know I certainly am.
At the end of the statement on defence industrial strategy, point of order, Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The member for Clacton
at a congressional hearing and in written evidence, has suggested that the US government explore possible trade consequences in response to the UK's Online Safety Act. Would Madam Deputy Speaker agree that suggesting that a foreign government take measures harmful to the interests of this country is not behaviour commensurate with the office of a member of the UK Parliament? Indeed, would she agree with several members of the constituents of Clacton who've described the members' statements as treacherous?
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. I take it he has notified the member for Clacton that he intended to refer to him in the chamber. He's nodding in the affirmative. The chair is not responsible for anything that honourable members say outside the chamber. That in itself will be a full-time job. But the honourable member has put his point on the record. I now move on to the next set of business for the day and give the ministers a few moments to swap over. Now move on to the Renters' Rights Bill. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May in that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Renters' Rights Bill. Consideration of Lord's Amendment.
Now.
I must draw the House's attention to the fact that Lord's Amendments 39 and 68 engage the Commons financial privilege. If either of those Lord's amendments are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered in the journal. We will begin with a government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 11, with which we will consider all other amendments and motions as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 11. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lord's Amendment 11. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government was elected with a clear mandate to do what the party opposite failed to do in the last Parliament, namely to modernise the regulation of our country's insecure and unjust private rented sector and empower private renters by providing them with greater security, rights and protections. Our Renters' Rights Bill does just that, and it needs to receive royal assent as quickly as possible so that England's 11 million private renters can benefit from its provisions. Before I turn to the amendments before us, I want to thank Baroness Taylor for so ably guiding the bill through the other place and put on record my appreciation to all those peers who contributed to its detailed scrutiny. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you will know, the government made several important changes to the bill in the other place, with a view to ensuring it will work as intended and in response to legitimate concerns raised about the implementation of specific provisions. In the interest of time, I will update the House only on the most apposite two. The first concerns the date from which a tenant is required to pay a new rent in instances where the first-tier tribunal has set a new rent amount following a tenant's challenge to a proposed increase. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government was elected on a clear manifesto commitment to empower tenants to challenge unreasonable rent increases. It is essential that we deliver on that commitment, not only to protect tenants from undue financial pressure, but also to prevent rent hikes from being used as a form of backdoor eviction once Section 21 notices have been abolished. However, in recognition of the fact that there is inherent uncertainty as to the volume of rent increase challenges that will be brought when the new tenancy system comes into force, and as a safeguard against a scenario in which the first-tier tribunal is overwhelmed by a sharp increase in challenges, Lord's Amendments 6, 7 and 8 introduce a new delegated power that would enable the backdating of rent increases following determinations by the tribunal in respect of new rent amounts. I want to reiterate what Baroness Taylor made clear in the other place, namely that it is not the government's intention to make use of this new power unless and until it is considered necessary to avoid lengthy delays for genuine cases to be heard. If used, it would be subject to the affirmative procedure to allow appropriate parliamentary scrutiny. In addition to introducing this important safeguard, the government also concluded that there is a compelling case for the use of an alternative body or mechanism to make initial rent determinations. Subject to a final viability assessment, we intend to establish such an alternative body or mechanism as soon as possible,
and will confirm further details in due course. The second important change that the government made in the other place concerns insurance to cover potential damage from pets. As honourable members will be aware, the bill was originally introduced, mirroring provisions in the previous government's Renters Reform Bill, enabled landlords to request such insurance in instances where a tenant had requested a pet. In response to concerns expressed by several peers that the insurance industry appears unlikely to provide suitable financial products at the speed and scale required, and that the reasonable request of tenants to keep pets might be hampered as a result, Lords Amendments 10, 12 and 13 removed the provisions in the bill which made landlord consent to request to keep a pet conditional on the tenant taking out or paying for pet damage insurance. I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
Given way, just last week I had a similar question was asked back home, and even remembering that the legislation back home is not covered by here. But the issue for those who have animals, almost every person that I know who has an animal in a flat or an apartment or a property always looks after the property like it was their own. And the issue of animal damage doesn't come up, but it does come up the odd time. Is it not better, and I think maybe the Minister is saying that, is it not better to have an obligation rather than legislation to ensure that the tenant does cover any damage by a pet, because most tenants will be accountable for their pets no matter what?
As ever, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention, and he makes a good point. There is evidence to suggest that pet damage is in many cases not extensive or a particular issue. Where pet damage occurs, we think, as I will come on to make clear in response to the relevant Lord's amendment, that the provisions in the 2019 Act that allow for tenant deposits to be changed in response to such as we've got the delegated powers to make that happen, but I'll set out further detail on that particular issue in due course. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll now turn to the amendments made by peers in the other place. While we welcome the scrutiny and challenge provided and are willing to make sensible concessions in some areas, most of the amendments in question serve to undermine the core principles of the bill, and for that reason we cannot accept them. Let me make clear precisely why in each instance where that is the case, starting with Lord's Amendment 53. This dramatically broadens the scope of possession ground 4A so that it encompasses not only full-time students living in HMOs, but also non-typical students. For example, older students with families undertaking postgraduate studies who may live in self-contained 1- and 2-bed properties. Ground 4A exists precisely because the government recognises the unique nature of the student rental market and is determined to ensure that the annual cycle of student lettings continues accordingly. However, Ground 4A was deliberately designed to ensure that the benefits of the new tenancy system introduced by the bill were not denied to non-typical students. We believe restricting its use to HMOs or dwelling houses in HMOs strikes the right balance, and I therefore urge the House to reject Lord's Amendment 53. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 64, which introduces a new ground for possession for the sole purpose of allowing a landlord to regain their property to house a carer for themselves or a member of their family living with them. Everyone in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, recognises the vital work that carers do to support people to live independently and with dignity. However, while the government is profoundly sympathetic to the needs of those who require care, I'm afraid we cannot support this amendment for two main reasons. First, while I appreciate entirely that some peers currently own and let rental properties in close proximity to their homes, with a view to one day using them to house a carer for themselves or members of their family, there's no compelling evidence to suggest that this practice is sufficiently widespread to justify the insertion into the bill at this late stage of a dedicated possession ground to cater specifically for it. Second, Madam Deputy Speaker, the definition of carer in the amendment, namely anyone providing any form of care in a voluntary or contractual arrangement, is so broad that the scope for abuse, in our view, is substantial. I therefore urge the House to reject this amendment. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 18. This would reduce the prohibition on reletting or remarketing a property following the use of possession ground 1A from 12 months to 6. While we recognise that there will be occasions when landlords regain vacant possession of their property using ground 1A, but are unable to subsequently sell it despite repeated attempts to do so, we're not prepared to weaken the strong safeguard against abuse provided by the 12-month no-let provision. It is essential to prevent landlords misusing ground 1A and evicting tenants who are not at fault, whether that be because they've made a legitimate complaint or simply because the landlord wants to relet at a higher rate. The government remains firmly committed to the 12-month no-let restriction, and I urge the House to reject Lord's Amendment 18 on that basis.
Lord's Amendment 19, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a related amendment that exempts shared owners from the 12-month reletting and remarketing restriction, as well as other important restrictions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make clear that the Government recognises the plight of shared owners living in buildings that require remediation. I know from my own efforts to support shared owners in my constituency of Greenwich and Woolwich that those affected by the building safety crisis are facing often unaffordable costs, often with no viable exit route other than a distressed sale. To better support affected shared owners, it's worth noting that the Government has already taken a number of steps to provide greater clarity in respect of what flexibilities and assistance they should expect from registered providers, including in relation to subletting at market rates. We also recognise there is more that might be done outside of this legislation to mitigate the impact of the building safety crisis on shared owners, and are committed to exploring all options. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, while I very much commend Lord Young of Cookham for championing the interests of shared owners in difficulty, and am more than happy to continue to engage with him to determine if there is a way to provide them with greater support that does not undermine the core principles of the bill, I'm afraid I cannot accept Lord's Amendment 19 at this time, purely because the Government remains of the view that it could undermine protections for the small subset of tenants who happen to rent a sublet home from a shared owner. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 11, Madam Deputy Speaker, which would allow landlords to require an additional deposit equivalent to 3 weeks' rent as a condition of consent to a tenant's request to keep a pet. We cannot support this amendment. Requiring a further 3 weeks' deposit would cost the average tenant in England over £900. Such sums would be unaffordable for many tenants and would greatly exceed the average deposit deduction for pet damage of £300. We are satisfied, and this speaks to the honourable gentleman's point earlier, that the existing requirement for 5 weeks' deposit for typical tenancies is sufficient to cover the risk of any damages relating to pet ownership. And crucially, as I mentioned, we already have the delegated powers necessary under the 2019 Tenant Fees Act to allow higher deposits for tenancies with pets, should evidence come forward to the contrary. For these reasons, I urge the House to reject Lord's Amendment 11. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 26 and 27, which would require local authorities to meet the criminal rather than the civil standard of proof when imposing penalties for rental discrimination and rental bidding breaches. The Government is absolutely clear that the civil standard, which is aligned with similar legislation such as the wider anti-discrimination provisions of the Equality Act 2010, is the appropriate one to apply in these circumstances. Requiring local authorities to evidence a more stringent criminal standard of proof in respect to provisions that cannot themselves lead to a criminal offence where the conduct persists will make local authority enforcement extremely challenging and prohibitively resource intensive. We cannot accept these amendments for these reasons, and I urge the House to reject them. Turning finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Lord's Amendment 39, which would bring service family accommodation within scope of the modernised decent home standard this Government is introducing. I want to begin by once again acknowledging the integral role that safe and decent accommodation plays in the lives of our service personnel and their families. This Government is absolutely determined to improve the standard of service family accommodation across the entire defence estate, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, as well as England. However, the Government cannot accept this amendment. As has been debated at length at various stages of the bill, the Ministry of Defence are absolutely clear that subjecting secure defence sites to local authority inspections, as this amendment would do, is unworkable due to access and security constraints. In any case, as we've made clear many times, the MOD already applies the Decent Homes standard as a benchmark, has gone further with its Decent Homes Plus standard for service family accommodation, and has committed to complying with AWAB's law requirements and to mirror any timescales to deal with damp and mould in their key performance indicators. As the House will know, earlier this year the MOD announced an additional £1.5 billion investment in SFA as part of a £7 billion commitment over the next 5 years. And in the coming months, the Government will publish a defence housing strategy, setting out clear renewal standards and further steps to improve accommodation for the men and women who serve our country. Importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, those renewal standards will apply to the whole UK defence estate, ensuring that the different nations of the UK are not subject to different decency standards, as would be the case under Lord's Amendment 39. While we believe there are very strong reasons for objecting to that amendment, I do appreciate fully that peers want certainty that all service accommodation will be brought up to the requisite standard. With a view to providing greater confidence as to the Government's clear intentions in this area, I can confirm today that the Ministry of Defence will lay before Parliament and publish on gov.uk an annual report on the standard of service family accommodation in the UK. I hope
that the transparency and accountability that annual reporting will facilitate will provide sufficient reassurances of the Government's commitment to the commendable objectives that underpin Lord's Amendment 39, but for the reasons I provided, we will not be able to accept it today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I mentioned at the outset that the Government is willing to make sensible concessions in some areas, and that is the case in relation to Amendments 55 to 57, which would expand Ground 5A to allow landlords to evict their tenants to house self-employed workers and other types of workers engaged in agriculture. Peers also agreed to Lord's Amendments 58 to 62, which would expand Ground C in order to allow landlords to evict a wider range of workers rather than just tenants who are employees. Having reflected on our position, we've tabled amendments in lieu which narrowly expand Ground 5A to allow agricultural landlords to evict assured tenants in order to house both employees and non-employed workers engaged in agriculture. We believe this small technical change will support the Government's clear intention to ensure that the agricultural sector can continue to function effectively without compromising wider security of tenure. I'm pleased that both Lord Carrington and the National Farmers Union have indicated their support for these changes. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has undoubtedly been improved as a result of the scrutiny that it has been subjected to, but the Government is not prepared to allow its core principles to be undermined in the way the various amendments before us do. I urge the House to support the Government's position, and I look forward to the remainder of the debate.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 11, and I call the Shadow Secretary of State, James Cleverly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. The UK needs a vibrant and fluid private rental sector, and we need it to deliver communities that are happy and cohesive, and we need it to deliver fairness, we need it to deliver stability, and we need it to deliver security for families. And I've been looking at the Government's position on this bill, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman, right, Honourable? The Honourable Gentleman, for the work that he has done on this. I mean, he deserves to be right honourable. He's been doing the hard yards, load of work on this. I'm sure he was disappointed that he didn't get to lead the department. Congratulations to the new Secretary of State. I have no doubt the opportunity will come in the near future anyway. So I would just say be patient for the moment. The problem is with this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is, and I have no doubt it is full of good intentions, it is poorly thought through and counterproductive. I'm assuming it's poorly thought through. It's entirely feasible that actually the measures within this bill are well thought through, but designed to undermine the private rental sector. So it's either inept by accident or on purpose. I'm going to go with inept by accident because that is more in keeping with the government's actions in this department. This bill is clearly a mishmash of backbench hobby horses that the front bench don't have the authority or the courage to put to bed because it is entirely counterproductive in its measures, something which has been recognised and highlighted by their lordships in the other place. This bill risks driving private landlords out of the sector, reducing the supply of private rented accommodation, pushing up rents for those people in the private rented sector. And through limiting the supply, it also means limiting the options for tenants in the private rented sector and leaving them worse off. And we do not need to look very far geographically to see what happens when governments get this wrong. In Scotland, fixed terms were abolished. Rent controls were imposed, regulations tightened, and what did we see? What was the result, Madam Deputy Speaker? Fewer landlords, shrinking supply, and the fastest rises in rents in the UK, where Edinburgh and Glasgow are facing steeper rent rises than in London, in ineptly Labour-run London. And the Labour government here in Westminster is about to make the same mistake again. Yeah. Because the benches opposite, the government benches, are, for whatever reason, obsessed with fixing what is already a highly successful sector. The private rental sector has got the highest satisfaction levels of any tenure types, more so than social rented sector, more so than owner-occupiers. Gentlemen.
Thank you for giving way. I don't know what correspondence he is looking at, but the correspondence that I see from my constituents in Hillingdon does not tell a story of a sector that is secure and safe for people, but instead they are battling damp and mould, 35% rent increases in recent years. Is that success in the opposition's view?
The honourable gentleman makes the classic statistical error of taking his inbox and assuming that is representative of all the people within a sector. Has it not occurred to him that perhaps the people who are happy in their private rented accommodation don't tend to write to their MPs saying, apropos of nothing, I just want to let you know that I am happy. And I have it on good authority from my good friend and colleague that actually he is not doing a terribly good job of championing the social rented sector in his own constituency. So he seeks to deny the private rented sector, simultaneously denying people the social rented sector. I'm not sure where he thinks people in his constituency should actually live. But the point is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a mishmash of incoherent proposals that is designed not to improve the private rented sector. It is designed to keep angsty backbenchers happy. And what the front bench is already starting to learn, is you cannot pay political Danegeld to your own backbenchers. They will be insatiable. They will be, I give you due notice, they will be insatiable. They will take whatever red meat you're throwing to them and they will ask for more. We're already seeing this, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the proposed changes to the social security, to disability. They had plans on the front bench. The backbenchers had other plans. And guess who won? The courageous leadership shown by the turbulent backbenchers. And they will see this again with this issue. Yep. And on these benches, we understand that a good tenure mix is actually really good for the UK. And we took measures to improve the private rented sector, but we made sure that we did it in the right order. We made sure that the courts were ready. Go on.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I was intrigued by his remarks about the success of the sector. And if the sector was so successful, why is it that there has been a consistent position from the opposition benches, both when they were in government and I believe as they went into the previous election, to go forward with ending no fault eviction? If the sector is working so well, I'm confused. I would be grateful if he could explain.
Thank you. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's interesting that on the one hand we have voices from the front bench saying we didn't do anything, and at the same time we have voices from backbenches saying we were doing something. So perhaps they should coordinate their criticism. The point is, under the last Conservative government, we understood that there was need to reform the system, but that every part of the system needs to be ready. And that is why we made sure that the justice system was ready first before we started making changes to the legal frameworks, giving tenants and landlords and courts the time to adjust. But the Labour government, the Labour front bench, has abandoned that discipline. Madam Deputy Speaker, the changes that were put forward by their lordships in the other place came about through careful consideration of the provisions in the bill and their actual implications in real-world scenarios, not in the fantasy world of so many of the Labour backbenchers. And the Labour government was defeated in the other place on several important amendments. And taken in combination, there is a pattern to those government defeats, because time and time again, government ministers accepted a principle, but then when it came to taking action to deal with that principle, they fell short. To give you some examples, Amendments 87 and 88 in the name of Lord Keith. They would raise the standard of proof for financial penalties beyond reasonable doubt. And the principle is clear. Setting serious penalties requires serious evidence. The noble Lord Keane made the case powerfully in the other place, and yet the government still refuses to act. And in doing so, introduces both landlords and councils with a huge degree of uncertainty. And uncertainty is toxic to the provision of homes in this sector. So making these changes will reduce the housing supply. The honourable gentleman made mention of Amendment 5 in the name of the noble Baroness Scott, which would extend Ground 4A to all student homes, not just those with 3 or more bedrooms. And this is another example of where the government accepted the principle and the need to act in that in the student rented sector, it is important that the tenures match the academic year to give landlords in this sector a credible chance of matching the tenancies with the academic year. They establish that as a principle. They agree with that as a principle, but then set about excluding 1 and 2 bedroom properties, as if students are never accommodated in 1 or 2 bedroom properties. And seeing as the backbenchers were keen to personalise examples, my own son, who is a student, is currently accommodated in a 2 bedroom flat. So why would the landlord of that accommodation be outside scope, where the landlord of a student property with 1 more bedroom would be within scope? And the idea that somehow we can't work out who is or is not letting to students is a nonsense, because students, of course, have their own council tax category. It is often the case that they can only get student accommodation and enjoy the benefits of that student discount for council tax by proving they are a student. So it is a really easy cut-off to say all student accommodation can fall within scope. So they accept the principle, but then fail to address the issue. Again, accepting the logic, but then doing nothing about it. Amendment 53A, in the name of the noble Lord de Clifford. This is about making sure that tenants who have pets and they want to rent with pets, and the landlords who want to rent to people with pets can both have a degree of security. Again, the government accepts the principle that pets are likely to cause more damage to rental property than tenants without pets. They accepted that principle when they put forward the idea of a special insurance product to cover such damage. If they didn't believe that tenants with pets were likely to cause more damage, they wouldn't have gone down this road of exploring an insurance product specifically for pets. But they did. So they established the principle, and then when it became clear the insurance products were too difficult and the sector wouldn't bring them forward, they basically said, oh, actually, you know what, we're just going to ignore it. Again, recognising a challenge, but doing nothing about it. The amendment puts forward a sensible and credible additional deposit to protect against the higher likelihood of damage from a pet. And I should declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should declare an interest. I have pets. I have pets. I rent a property. I have my pets in that property, and I recognise you need to keep a close eye on my terriers because they love digging. And sometimes they dig in the garden, but they're not quite so disciplined not to attempt to dig in the carpet in the house as well. And I recognise that. And I recognise that as a tenant, you need to take additional responsibility, but I also recognise that it is totally legitimate for landlords to want to seek additional protection. Yeah. The government bench recognises, but then does nothing about it. Amendment 21, again, in the name of the noble Lord to Clifford. This is about creating the framework whereby a landlord can evict a tenant in order to create space for someone who would then go on to care for them. And the reasoning that we had from the government benches just now, I thought was really quite shocking. The idea that the only people who might be interested in putting this forward were the members of the other place, the implication being that they have these large properties and it is all about self-interest. The argument was they're only a small cohort, they're only a small number of people that this might be relevant to, and because they're small in number, we can ignore them. An interesting political philosophy that small groups of people can be comfortably ignored by governments. That's certainly not the politics that I want to... Go on, give way.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. Earlier on, when he responded to my honourable friend, and he was saying that he didn't need to pay any attention to the people who were contacting him and the people who were in his inbox, was he not exactly advocating for saying that because it's a small number of people, we shouldn't listen to them and we should accept these amendments so that this can be watered down? Is he not arguing both sides of the same coin on this?
If the honourable gentleman is going to criticise what I say, he should at least listen to what I said. What I said was that extrapolating out... No, get it right first time. Get it right first time. Extrapolating out from a member of Parliament's inbox is not a good way of gauging the full spectrum of opinion within a cohort of people. At no point did I say, and I would never say, and no one should assume that we ever should ignore the people that write to us. And I'm pretty certain that he wouldn't. I certainly don't, and it's absolutely not what I said. But the point I'm making, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the government's argument was there aren't that many people, and frankly they're all posh, so we can ignore them. That was basically the framing of their argument. Tell that to the extended families, typically of ethnic minority origin, who often live in close proximity to each other, and there will be communities like this all across the country where perhaps the elders of that family have rented properties which have tenants in them, but they envisage, because those properties are near where they live, at some point in the future, members of their extended family perhaps could move into those properties in order to provide care for them. And disregarding this, diminishing this as an idea just because it is something that the front bench accuse only the posh members of the other place doing, I think is rather distasteful. Yeah, go on.
The right honourable gentleman failed to address the second concern the government has about this amendment, the substantial risk of abuse that will flow from the definition of a carer. A definition of a carer under this amendment could be anyone providing any form of voluntary care. It could be someone who provides the weekly shop. Does he not see that the risk of abuse of a ground that broadly drawn? That was the other concern. He hasn't addressed it.
There are always opportunities for abuse, but closing off a provision that would be really valuable to many, many families around the country because there is a risk of abuse. If we were to do that, there are loads of areas where government wouldn't legislate. You don't disregard an opportunity just because of the potential of abuse, you manage that abuse. I'll move on a little bit more quickly. I want to make sure all the Labour backbenchers get their opportunity to speak. It's their legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker. Amendment 58, in the name of the noble Lord Cromwell, would reduce the ban on sales from 12 months to 6. This is a wholly pragmatic point. The idea that or the landlord would have to wait for 12 months, if it is clear that despite genuine efforts, and there is a provision to make sure those efforts are genuine, if after 6 months there is still no chance of selling, I think it's entirely reasonable that the landlords seek to re-let. Not as quickly as members of the Labour benches would do, but nevertheless, I think it is an entirely fair provision. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the largest defeat in the other place came on Amendment 59 in the name of Lord Young of Cookham, which is all about the exemption for shared owners from the 12-month ban on reletting. I recognise that the honourable gentleman from the dispatch box said this was an area that they recognised created challenges. I would urge the government not just to dig their heels in on this issue. The cohort of people that this amendment envisages are often people in the most need to have that flexibility. People are often not of significant financial means, and limiting their options when it comes to perhaps a distressed asset would be entirely wrong. I have no doubt that the honourable gentleman recognises that. I would urge him to move quickly to get resolution on this, to reassure this chamber and the other place that those people are not going to be disadvantaged by this legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the amendments put forward by the other place are well thought through. They attempt to create this mishmash of a bill and knock it into some credible shape, providing protection for tenants, providing a bit of reassurance for landlords so that they continue to provide a supply of private rented accommodation to help people get on the housing ladder, to help people live in homes that they love and that they value, in communities that they cherish. And if they just choose to blindly ignore the amendments from the other place, this bill, I have no doubt, will have the effect of reducing the number of landlords, reducing the number of homes, increasing the scale of rent, and that is the opposite of what any of us in this chamber should want. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be supporting the amendments that have come through from the other place.
Yeah. Antonio Bantz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And once again, I stand here proud to speak in favour of this groundbreaking legislation that finally gives some balance back between the landlord's right to profit from an asset and the renter's right to a home. I want to oppose in particular new amendments 26, 27 and 18 put forward by the landlord lobby in the other place. Amendments 26 and 27 would increase the evidence bar for all civil penalty offences to the criminal standard of proof, to beyond reasonable doubt, rather than on the balance of probabilities. This will gut the ban on discrimination against housing benefit recipients, and the ban on refusing to let to families, and the ban on bidding wars. These measures will be almost unenforceable if this amendment stands. Now, discrimination is notoriously hard to prove, and we all know that early interactions between a renter and a prospective landlord are often not in writing. So proving beyond reasonable doubt that a prospective renter was prevented from letting a property because they might be a benefits claimant, because they might have kids, would be extremely challenging. And proving bidding wars the same. Councils already struggle to pursue civil penalty cases because of staff time and the resource involved in gathering evidence to support the case. And introducing this new, higher bar of evidence in these already challenging cases would make them almost unenforceable. It would also be out of line with other legislation, such as the Equality Act 2010, which only require the civil standard of proof. If we don't oppose these amendments today, these unlawful practices will continue unchecked and renters will continue to face homelessness as a result. I also want to oppose new Amendment 18, the reduction of the restricted period from 12 months to 6 months. Now, the Nationwide Foundation found that 1 in 5 landlord sale evictions in Scotland did not end up in the sale of the property. It is so clear that this changed period would make it far too easy for landlords and agents to claim that they are selling the property only to relet it at a higher rent shortly after. Let's leave no loopholes for rogue landlords. A no-let period with financial penalties for breach provides a clear and significant deterrent against such behaviour. But 6 months is too short to deter abuse, especially for landlords with large portfolios. 12 months is an effective deterrent against unlawful, dishonest eviction, and we should keep it. As I come to the end of what I want to say today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make one plea to the Minister, who I am so glad to see in his place still, and I welcome the new ministerial team and thank the members of the former ministerial team for their work on this bill so far. We must get on with this. As soon as this brilliant, groundbreaking bill receives royal assent, let's get a commencement date in and let's make it no more than 3 months so that renters know on that day, 3 months further along, no one can throw them out of their home just cause. Every month of delay, every month that goes by is another 1,000 families removed from their homes by bailiffs following a no-fault eviction. 30,000 households have lost their home to a no-fault eviction in the year since we took power. It is time to get on with it. So to everyone who rents their home, this government and our party will always have your backs.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for presenting the Government's position on the Lords Amendments, and indeed as he was in presenting Government's position on the 92 amendments we put down in committee. I was only regret that in doing so he was rejecting all 92 of them. I was going to congratulate the Secretary of State on his position, but he's escaped in time. I will come to those amendments because some of them were ones on which the other place took a different view. But I'd also like to declare my interest in a registered provider of social housing. For a generation cut off from the dream of home ownership, who finds that after half a century of flogging off council houses, over 4.5 million sold off since 1980 by successive Conservative governments, for the thousands of families who now need them, there are now, in effect, none left. That's why Liberal Democrats have a vision to restore hope to millions who aspire to a decent home by building our target of 150,000 social and council rent homes per year, backed up with a commitment of an extra £6 billion per year on top of the Affordable Housing Programme budget, funded by fairly reforming capital gains tax, so that more people benefit from relief, but those who make bigger gains pay more. Alongside that, we want a new generation of rent-to-own homes so that people can get onto the ownership ladder. It's the biggest and most ambitious programme since council housing was invented by Lloyd George and Addison back at the beginning of the 20th century. But that's also why we have long campaigned for an end to no-fault evictions and for longer and more stable tenancies for tenants. The government has put both those key measures in this bill, and that's why we support it and we want to see it enacted. Tenants have lived with insecurity and fear that if they speak up, they might lose their home for far too long. When it comes to the Lords Amendments before us, however, some improve the bill, while some, however, would weaken it. Amendment 11, requiring tenants to pay over pet deposits, would pile on new financial burdens, putting the right to own pets out of reach for those already struggling. It is not in the spirit of this bill, and therefore we cannot support it. Similarly, Amendment 18 would cut the prohibition on reletting unsold properties from 12 months to 6. That might sound like a neat compromise, but in practice, it would give cover to any rogue landlord looking for an excuse to evict. A 6-month ban would be far too short to give tenants the protection from abuse that they deserve. And then there's Amendment 26, which seeks to raise the bar for enforcement by moving the burden of proof from from civil to criminal. That sounds like technical.
Right honourable friend, give way.
I will happily give way.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for giving way. In Torbay, we have almost 50% more people who rent in the private sector than the national average. Whilst the vast majority of landlords are good landlords, sadly there are some rotten apples out there, and that's why Amendment 26 and pushing against this is absolutely essential, because we need to ensure that local authority have the powers to hold these landlords to account, and I hope my right honourable friend would agree with me on that.
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I pay tribute to the sterling work he does in Torbay and has done in the past as leader of the council on these issues. That change in the burden of proof may sound technical, but in fact it would gut the powers of local authorities to hold bad landlords to account, as my honourable friend has said. At a stroke, it would make justice for tenants far, far harder to achieve. Amendment 53 points in the same wrong direction, seeking to reintroduce fixed-term tenancies. The whole point of this bill is to shift to periodic tenancies, arrangements that give renters both flexibility and more security, dragging us back to fixed terms which would become standard across that particular element of student housing would undermine those core principles. On the other hand, there are amendments to the bill that make the bill fairer and more workable and which we support. Amendment 19 recognises the reality faced by shared ownership leaseholders who can be hit hard and are disproportionately hit hard when sales fall through no fault of their own. Without that exemption, they could face financial ruin. It's a simple matter of justice, and we support it. And Amendment 64, creating a new possession ground where a landlord needs to house a carer, is in keeping with our belief in the Liberal Democrats and the importance of supporting the millions of carers out there who are so often overlooked. It's right that the law should recognise the vital role they play. And if there are risks of abuse, then it's open to the government to bring forward its own amendments to set out how it would make the same provision for accommodation needed by carers. But Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 39, which would legislate a decent home standard for our military, goes to the heart of who we are as a society and what our obligations are to those who serve. I pushed for this amendment at earlier stages in the Commons, and indeed it's long been a Liberal Democrat position, previously raised by my honourable friend for North Shropshire in the previous Parliament. It's therefore disappointing that whilst the government has come forward with its own amendments on other matters in this bill, on decent homes for our military, agreed across party in the other place, they have not come up with any such amendments.
On that point, would the honourable member give way?
Happily.
Does the honourable member agree with me that if the MOD say themselves that the MOD housing standard already is higher than the decent home standard, then they should do the decent thing and accept Amendment 39 and put this on the face of the policy?
Gideon Amos.
Indeed, our military deserve no less than this being on the face of the bill, in whichever way the government wish to do it. And if it is so easy, as my honourable friend has pointed out, is the government's position, then surely it can hold no fear for the government in doing so. It is disappointing, therefore, not to have those amendments. We're told that 90% meet the decent home standard, and my honourable friend clearly read that part of my speech before I gave it. But those figures actually come from contractors who are responsible for managing those properties and have an interest in saying that they already meet the standards. There's no independent assessment. And the Defence Select Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, painted a very different picture, didn't it? When families reported to the Select Committee, it is disingenuous, and I quote, it is disingenuous for the DIO to present glossy brochures about being decent homes plus when they are anything but. It is clear that the DIO's property frequently does not meet the standards, and crucially, moreover, there is no local authority or anyone else to hold them to account, as would be the case for private and other landlords. We're told that it would be impractical to extend the decent home standard to military housing because of access behind the wire. Yet the former Chief of Defence Staff, the Lord Stirrat, reminded colleagues in the other place that civilian officials already go into far more sensitive areas of military bases. It's not a serious objection. Of course, I will give way to this.
Do the Lib Dem benches have any concerns about one of the issues I raised, which is applying the decent home standard to the defence estate in England when a different standard will apply to Scotland, Wales, other parts of the United Kingdom? Fracturing the defence estate in that way is problematic.
Gideon Amos.
Any opportunity to give our service people decent homes, beginning with England, should be taken. I'm surprised the Minister hasn't grasped it with both hands. And the Minister and the Government are in the position, with a large majority, to legislate for this in whichever way they choose to do so. But it needs to be on the face of legislation. That is what our military deserve. Because warm words, Madam Deputy Speaker, that things are improving are not enough. We've heard them before. My honourable friend from North Shropshire gained exactly those assurances from the last government's housing minister at this dispatch box. A categoric assurance the government would legislate. It hasn't, and it didn't. As Lord Stirrat reminded, I will happily give way.
It says nothing has changed yet again, but does he not welcome, as I do as a constituent MP of a significant amount of military housing around RF Northolt, the significant £1 billion plus investment into military housing, the insourcing back into public ownership of thousands of MOD homes based on the previous government's botched a privatisation deal which cost its taxpayers huge amounts of public money?
Gideon Amos.
I do welcome the moves that the honourable gentleman refers to, including the insourcing, but the responsibility for quoting whether they meet decent home standard plus is down to contractors who have a commercial interest in reporting that. The difference with the decent home standard generally is it's subject to independent inspection, and that is a crucial difference. And given that investment, surely there should be a robust regime going alongside that investment, which is which is set out in primary legislation to ensure that that investment continues and those standards are reached, and that is, as I say, the least our service people should be able to expect. As I was saying, my honourable friend was given categoric assurances that the government would legislate. It didn't, and it hasn't. And as Lord Stirrat, the former Chief of Defence Staff, also reminded the Lord, speaking from experience, this is not a new problem, one that governments have failed to tackle for decades. And he said, I quote, "For decades now, I have seen at close hand the deficiencies in service families accommodation. For years, I have listened to successive governments undertake to get to grips with the issue. For decades, I have seen them fail to do so. Why should I or anybody who comes after me put any faith in any government's promises that are not backed up by enforceable measures?" And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the nub of the issue. Service families have heard promises for decades. Now, surely, is the time for action. Our military deserve the gold standard. That means they deserve legislative provision for decent homes, whichever way the government wishes to do it.
Gentlemen, to engage with the clear concession I made from the box, the confirmation that the Ministry of Defence will lay before Parliament and publish on gov.uk an annual report on the standard of service family accommodation in the UK, giving transparency and accountability, reassurance that the standards we all want to see improve and be met will be.
I welcome any report that will deal with this issue, but the fact is that unless the government accept or bring forward its own amendment to provide this protection for service families on primary legislation, then our service people will be the only category of renters who are not guaranteed a decent home standard in legislation, in primary legislation. Private renters will be, social renters will be, our military service families won't be. That cannot be right. The balance is wrong, and the government need to do more, and they need to legislate. The final objection the government has made is that they want to do it differently. So be it. The House, I'm sure I will wait with bated breath, as I'm sure the whole House will, for the government's amendment, giving service men and women the gold standard they deserve. Since government has no amendment of its own on this, we shall continue to press ours, both here and in the other place. Our armed forces should not be the only group in Britain excluded from the right to a decent home in legislative terms. That is what Amendment 39 delivers. That's why it must stand part of the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is about a vision for better homes and dignity, security and fairness for renters. That must include the families of our armed forces, like 40 Commando Royal Marines in Norton Fitzwarren and elsewhere in Taunton, whose Norton Manor camp I was proud to start a petition to save against its proposed closure by the previous Conservative government. And that commitment must sit alongside our national mission to build more social and council homes, 150,000 per year, to restore hope for a whole generation. That's what Liberal Democrats are fighting for, and that is a change the country desperately needs. Thank you.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill before us tonight is, I would argue, one of the most important and impactful bills currently before Parliament. And I say this not as someone who's seen a few emails in my inbox, but for someone who has themselves seen the impact of the sector, having experienced homelessness twice growing up in my teenage years, having been evicted myself through a Section 21 eviction. As a renter for many years in London as an adult, I know the worry that many go through when pushing for simple repairs to be made, for mould to be addressed, fearing that ultimately your reward for asserting your legal rights will be a Section 21 eviction. The private renter sector in this country is unbalanced, it is insecure, and the rights of tenants are far outweighed by the powers of the landlord in our current legal system. And like many in this place, I've received countless cases of constituents who've experienced Section 21 evictions and poor treatment right across the sector. Treatment that this bill will go a significant way to remedy. That is why I hope we can support tonight the government in opposing the Lord's amendments which seek to weaken, to neuter and to undermine key provisions in this bill. And specifically I want to mention amendments 26 to 27, 11 and 18. And I'm pleased the Minister's outlined that the government will be opposing them tonight. Amendments 26 and 27 will require local authorities to meet a criminal standard of proof to impose financial penalties for discrimination and rental bidding. This seems completely inappropriate for the offences and the relatively small financial penalty which results from them, around £7,000 maximum penalty. And also completely out of kilter with other provisions which local authorities would be enforcing in a similar civil standard. And I would argue that it is incredibly hard to prove that burden of proof for many of these offences. How would a tenant prove beyond reasonable doubt, for instance, that they've been discriminated against for being on benefits? Anyone in that situation would know quite clearly that is incredibly difficult, if not possible, to do so. And clearly this would neuter the provisions of the bill. I'd also argue that local authorities have incredibly limited resources, particularly for enforcement action, and such a high bar would likely deter them from pursuing these offences further. Amendment 11, which allows a landlord to require a pet deposit of up to 3 weeks' rent as a condition of consenting to a tenant keeping a pet in their property, is again, I think, disproportionate. First, it will hit the poorest hardest, and I'm pleased that the opposition spokesperson has pets and has no problem with such provision, but many people, not with a parliamentary salary, would struggle to pay 3 weeks extra deposit on top of 5 weeks deposit already in place. The Minister mentioned a £900 average. Well, in a constituency like mine in London, it is even more than £900. A family rented sector accommodation would probably be several £1,000s for a 3 or 4 bed in my constituency. And I'd argue that's completely disproportionate to charge simply for having a cat or a dog at home. And secondly, there's actually no evidence to suggest that such a pet deposit is required to protect a property. University of Hull's recent research found that 3/4 of pet-owning tenancies result in absolutely no claim against the existing deposit levels. So I would argue that the existing 5-week deposit is more than adequate to support pet-owning households. And equally, in fact, I think the Battersea Cats and Dogs Home found that owning a pet increased the length of time someone stays in a tenancy and reduced tenant turnover, benefiting financially the landlord, not harming them. I'm also, lastly, significantly opposed to Amendment 18, which reduces the period of which landlords cannot relet their property from 12 months to 6 months after they've evicted a tenant, on the basis that they intend to sell their property. My concern is that this 6-month reduction is not a sufficient time to meaningfully disincentivise landlords from gaming the system and would reintroduce Section 21 through the back door. Take the London market, for instance, where average rents have increased 32% over the last 5 years. I think this is the successful sector that the members opposite highlight, where a 32% increase in rents in 5 years is successful. Well, 6 months isn't long enough to dissuade a landlord from benefiting from that sort of rental increase in short periods of time. And the inconvenience that a 12-month time period causes to a well-meaning landlord who is struggling to sell is relatively minor compared to potential harm caused by many tenants who will be affected by such a loophole. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, houses are homes, not just investments. This bill was written to rebalance the relationship between the landlord and the tenant in the tenant's favour, fixing a decades-long power imbalance that's deprioritised the rights of tenants to a safe, stable and affordable home. The thing that all these amendments have in common is a shared motive to shift back the balance towards landlords, to weaken this landmark legislation, saving some good landlords a small inconvenience, but this would be at the expense of the rights and protections afforded to each and every tenant. And in my view, that is not reasonable or justifiable, and is why I'll be voting against these amendments. And I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, others will do the same and give renters the rights and security they deserve.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Renters have waited long enough. This bill is overdue and it's time to deliver. The Conservatives had their chance. They promised reform, then watered it down. The Renters Reform Bill was left to gather dust while tenants were left to suffer. So yes, Liberal Democrats absolutely welcome this government's Renters' Rights Bill. But let's be clear, this bill must hold firm in protecting the rights of tenants. My inbox is overflowing with experiences that should shame us all. Families sleeping on the floor, windows that whistle in the wind, homes riddled with damp and mould, tenants harassed by landlords to intimidate them out of their homes. This is not just about comfort, health, it's about dignity, justice and fairness. Energy efficiency must be front and centre. Too many renters are living in homes that make them sick and paying through the nose to heat them. Fuel poverty is a national scandal and this bill has a role to play in ending that. And while the spotlight is on private renters, we must not forget those in social housing, all those in homes owned by institutions. They deserve the same rights, the same protections, the same standards. In particular, I want to talk to Amendment 39 and the MOD housing. It is outrageous that the families of those who serve, who risk their lives for us, are denied the legal protection others will enjoy. These families are often uprooted, isolated and left behind while loved ones serve abroad or at sea. And yet they're told they don't qualify for the same decent housing standards as everyone else. I've met families and service personnel around the country and even around the world through the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme. And one of the issues most frequently cited by those thinking of leaving is their housing. Too many of their homes are below par. Now, the government say most MOD homes already meet the standard. Fine. Then what's the harm in giving these families the legal right of decent housing? If the homes are good, the law will confirm it. If they're not, well, that's why we need the law. And let's be honest, many tenants, whether in military housing, church estates or country manors, are afraid to speak out. They're afraid to challenge their landlord. They're afraid to lose their home. Rights must be for everyone, accessible without fear or favour. Now, the government claims that councils can't access these homes for security reasons. But I'm sure the Minister knows, as those of us who have military homes in our areas, most family homes are not behind the wire. And for those that are, there are solutions. We must find a solution and we must ensure that these families have the same rights. No one should be denied decent housing based on who they work for. Now I want to address the attempts to water down this bill.
On that point, would the honourable member
of course.
give way? Thank the honourable member for giving way. We in this House all know that some landlords use the excuse of selling up to evict tenants only to re-let at a higher price. So does the honourable member agree with me that Lord's Amendment 18, which would shorten that re-let period from 12 months to 6 months, would severely undermine one of the main aims of this bill to end no-fault evictions by making it disappointingly easy for landlords to evict on just that basis?
I thank the honourable member for Bristol Central for raising that point and saving me the trouble of doing so, because absolutely we have landlords who are giving excuses that perhaps not all that they seem to be. I've heard from tenants at the moment who are terrified of being evicted under Section 21. I have landlords rushing to act before the law changes, right now passing through Section 21s with absolutely no excuses. I've heard from renters who feel like they're in a David and Goliath battle, and through Amendment 11 there is an attempt to treat those with pets more harshly. But the proposers of the amendment have this wrong because, as already referred to by the honourable member from Uxbridge and South Ruislip, tenants with pets are good news for landlords. The research stated the figure is £3,800 that landlords are better off over 12 years due to lower vacancy rates and marketing costs for their properties. So I'd be a landlord that would happily take pets. And Amendment 26, requiring a criminal standard of proof for a civil matter, in my mind, that's not justice, that's obstruction. Last week, I met with the Housing Ombudsman Service. They told me that 1 in 5 calls they deal with are from people they can't help. Private renters, people in new builds, people in conversions. The system is broken, the scales are tipped too far from our tenants, and this bill must fix it. We need one ombudsman, one law, one standard, one rule. Wherever you live, if your home is owned by someone else and it's not up to scratch, you should be able to challenge it. You should be able to get it fixed. You should be able to live in a decent home. Because housing isn't just bricks and mortar, it's the foundation of everything else. Health, education, family, work. And every renter deserves a home that's safe, warm and fair.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to declare an interest as the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Cats. As an animal owner myself, I have 2 cats. I wanted to rise today to give voice to the many concerns that have been expressed to me by pet owners across the country. And their concerns relate specifically to Lord's Amendment 11, that amendment which would allow landlords to request a pet deposit equivalent to 3 weeks' rent. This amendment was added, narrowly voted in during the bill's report stage in the House of Lords in July in response to the government's decision to remove the right for landlords to request tenants to take out pet damage insurance. Cat Protection have argued that the government's decision to remove the provision allowing the landlord to request pet-related damage insurance was the right one, as the insurance sector was not ready to meet demand competitively. The Minister and the Lords outlined many arguments against the pet deposit amendment, including how an extra 3 weeks deposit is unaffordable for many tenants. The Minister also referred to a report commissioned by Battersea Dog and Cats Home and the University of Huddersfield, which found that 76% of landlords reported that they did not encounter any damage caused by cats or dogs in their rental properties. The Minister noted how the Government is content that landlords would be suitably protected against the cost of pet damage through existing tenancy deposits, and I have to say I wholly agree. Cat Protection are also strongly of the view that charging an additional pet deposit is neither necessary nor proportionate. In the very rare circumstances where damage caused by a pet may exceed the value of the existing security deposit, measures already exist for landlords to seek additional compensation from the tenant. The amendment could see tenants forced to find up to an additional £1,500 for a 1-bedroom flat in high-rent areas. That would mean that those without those additional ready funds are priced out of having a pet. Another problem with the addition of a pet deposit is the potential lack of transparency regarding what a landlord decides should constitute pet damage and what constitutes the type of damage which would otherwise be funded by the standard security deposit. Some landlords may just see this as an extra fund, as providing an option to withhold more money for standard wear and tear.
Damage can be avoided with, for example, the use of throws and rugs, and I know that both Cats Protection and Dogs Trust adopters are always given information on how to provide enrichment activities to keep their pets happy. And perhaps the honourable member opposite would like to take advantage of those to ensure that his terriers don't tear up his carpet. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am concerned that this amendment will reintroduce the very inequity that the pet provision was designed to remove. That is, putting the price of pet ownership out of reach for many tenants and entrenching geographical inequality. We all know how beneficial pets can be, not just for their welfare, but our own well-being. And Cats Protection's Cats and Their Stats Report 2024 found that over 500,000 households who would like a cat don't currently have one simply because their rental agreements forbid it. I strongly believe that this additional pet deposit should be withdrawn from the bill. The standard security deposit is more than adequate to cover any additional damage caused by a pet. I will be opposing Lord's Amendment 11, and I would encourage colleagues from across the House to do likewise.
Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to Amendment 11 and the wider issue of pet ownership, already spoken about by many other members this afternoon. Pet ownership in rented accommodation is an issue that I have long campaigned for, actually, here in this House over many years. And some honourable members will remember the Dogs and Domestic Animals Accommodation and Protection Bill that I myself tabled and presented to the House in 2020, otherwise known as Jasmine's Law, which supported the principle of a pet in every home. The British people, Madam Deputy Speaker, care deeply for the welfare of animals, especially, I have to say, in my own constituency of Romford. As an owner of 2 Staffordshire Bull Terriers, sadly no longer with us, Buster and Spike, sadly no longer here, but nevertheless, we all understand how important animals are to the lives of human beings. And I know just how important the companionship of pets are to so many people, especially those who live on their own. Owning a dog or a cat or any kind of household pet improves both the physical and mental health of the person, provides vital companionship and helps to tackle loneliness. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, pet ownership is estimated to save our NHS around £2.5 billion a year by reducing the number of GP and hospital visits. Yet, despite these clear benefits, housing issues remain the second most common reason for animals being relinquished to animal shelters and sanctuaries, such as Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, where I was very privileged to visit only a few weeks ago, and charity, an organisation that I've had many links to over the years, particularly during my time as the Shadow Minister for Animal Welfare some years ago. And so, with growing numbers of people renting, it is absolutely essential that the effects of this bill will work in support of responsible pet ownership in rented homes, rather than put further barriers in the way. And that is why I must express my opposition to Amendment 11 and any clause that makes it harder for tenants to keep pets. In particular, the introduction of large upfront deposits. These will only serve to price out many people from owning pets, especially in the context of the ongoing cost of living crisis that we are facing today. It is absolutely wrong that someone is prevented from owning an animal that they love and they want to be with because of this situation. The law needs changing, and I've argued for this for many years, including with ministers in the previous government that I had to go and see, and eventually they agreed that this policy was the right policy, and I hope my own shadow front bench will reconsider the stance they are taking today. And I do commend the words of the Honourable Member for Uxbridge South and Ruislip, of Mid Dorset and North Poole, and of Paisley and Renfrewshire South. And I agree with all of their comments on this issue and thank them for raising it in the House today. And so, what should have been a bill to unlock millions of homes for pet owners now risks excluding them altogether, entrenching the idea that pet ownership is a privilege only for home owners. That cannot be right. And I don't believe it is what the government actually intended. Earlier proposals around pet insurance, and I know there are issues spoken of today, but they can be overcome. They provided a fairer balance between landlords' concerns and tenants' ability to meet costs. Insurance spreads the expense more evenly across the year and avoids the burden of large one-off deposits. It is disappointing that this approach appears to have been set aside by the Lord's Amendment. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge His Majesty's Government to work closely with animal welfare charities and the animal welfare sector in general, developing the guidance that will accompany this bill. In particular, and I speak as an honorary member of the Kennel Club, perhaps I should have declared that at the start, a supporter of the Dogs Trust, Battersea Cats and Dogs Home, and of course, cat protection, very important to always remember our cats. We need clear definition of what constitutes unreasonable grounds for a landlord to refuse a tenant's request for a pet. That clarity will help landlords and tenants alike and avoid unnecessary disputes ending up before the Ombudsman or courts. Madam Deputy Speaker, Jasmine's law has always been about the simple belief that people should not have to choose between a home and a beloved companion. We must not let this bill, through the Lord's amendments, particularly number 11, undermine that vital principle.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking against the Lord's Amendments 58 to 62, which expands eviction grounds, and against Lord Amendment 27. But I want to briefly revisit the core principles of this bill to end no-fault eviction, providing stability not just for individuals but also for the private rented sector market, to introduce a private renters database and an ombudsman, restoring rights to private renters and transparency so they can understand the tenancy that they're in more detail, and also establishing Awab's law into this sector. These are vital interventions in the private rented sector market, which we know is very diverse, and I think it's really important that this bill becomes law as soon as possible. All of us across the chamber will recognise the impact that this uncertainty around this issue has had in the private rented sector for a number of years. I have to say it was pretty unedifying listening to the opposition reneging on their previous commitments to end no-fault eviction. The first commitment from the Conservatives to end no-fault eviction was in 2019, which I think was about 4 Conservative Prime Ministers ago, but I've given up counting. I understand that the current Shadow Housing Secretary might not have remembered the position that the previous Prime Minister took on this, but this really cannot come soon enough. The number of private rented no-fault eviction notices my constituents are receiving, the instability that this is causing in the sector, is causing real harm and distress for those people who live in that sector. I just want to focus particularly on amendments 58 to 62, which expand ground 5C. I think these are completely unnecessary expansions. They provide yet more uncertainty within the sector, and they open up the risk of further additional claims of introducing other grounds for eviction, which I think undermine the overall principles of the bill. I want to support my colleagues who have spoken against Lord's Amendment 27 27, which increases the evidence bar. It's completely unrealistic to think that this will be possible, not only because of the way in which bidding wars and bidding contests take place, often through verbal dialogue, but also because of the resources available to local authorities to actually investigate these. I don't believe that this is practical, and I don't believe that it has been brought forward in particularly good faith for those of us who want to see restoring of renters' rights and restoring of that balance between renters and landlords. I cannot state the urgency of bringing this legislation forward enough to give that confidence to renters and all of those people who rely on people living in private rented accommodation, who live and work across the UK and need the sector to be successful. I urge people to vote against these amendments and to support the government in getting this onto the statute.
Caroline Bowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's move to empower tenants, and I think for too long in this country owning property has been seen as a way to make additional wealth rather than to actually do it with the intention of providing a safe, secure, warm home for tenants. Not all landlords are bad landlords, but we know that there's some bad apples out there. And for all those people who are unable to get onto the housing ladder or who actively choose to rent, they absolutely deserve to have security of tenure, to give them the confidence to know that they will not be evicted at the whim of a landlord, often forcing them to move out of the area, uprooting children from schools. I should declare an interest here because my younger daughter has spent 4 years renting in London, the last 2 of which she has been living in really quite horrific mould-covered flats. The last one she had to move out of early because the mould was so bad crawling up the walls that it was actually affecting the health and ruining the belongings of she and all her flatmates. In 2025, this is, Madam Speaker, simply not acceptable. For thousands of people living in unsuitable accommodation, we must ensure that local authorities can take action against those negligent landlords, and for this reason, we do not support Lord's Amendment 26. I would like to speak in support of Lord's Amendment 39, which would extend the decent home standard to accommodation provided by the Ministry of Defence for use as service family accommodation. In my constituency of South Devon, the prestigious Britannia Royal Naval College brings a large number of military families to the town of Dartmouth, some of whom live in MOD housing. For families like these who commit to a life of service, for it is the whole family who is involved when one member serves our country, they deserve at the very least a home that is safe, comfortable, warm, energy efficient and decent. And I'm not sure I do agree with the argument offered by the Minister that the security argument, given that much MOD housing is actually located outside military bases. And I don't think it's beyond possibility to find a way to ensure that local authorities could access housing. Sorry, mental blank. Liberal Democrats have long campaigned for decent homes for military families who deserve exactly the same standard and the same legal protection as other renters. So I urge the House to support this amendment.
Hear, hear.
Turning, Madam Speaker, to pets. A friend of mine recently failed to move back to Devon because she simply could not find rented accommodation in her price bracket. But her search was severely hampered by the fact that she has a much-loved family dog. Being told that she wasn't eligible to even look at properties because of the dog is discriminatory and makes a difficult search in an area where we are so short of houses available to rent, makes it even more impossible. Based on the average rent in the South West of £1,181 a month, the proposal to allow landlords to request pet damage deposits of up to 3 weeks' rent equates to an additional £817 up front, which is simply out of reach for most tenants. I believe the current rental deposit cap of 5 weeks' rent is absolutely sufficient to cover any potential pet-related damage, and nobody should be priced out of pet ownership simply because they do not own their own home. So I do not support Lord's Amendment 11. Lastly, I would turn to agricultural workers. As a predominantly rural constituency, agriculture is one of the largest industries and employers in South Devon. Many of those working on farms as dairy workers, relief milkers and tractor drivers are required to live on site. And given the incredibly unsocial hours, they have to work. This does make the job slightly more manageable. So I support measures within the bill which allow repossession where a property is required to house agricultural workers, whether they are employed or self-employed. Farmers regularly tell me how difficult it is for them to find housing for farm workers, with many having to rely on caravans and cabins that aren't really suitable for long-term living. As it is increasingly common in farming for workers to be self-employed, we must ensure they too are covered by the grounds for repossession, so I will be supporting Amendment 55. Thank you.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad I've managed to sneak in. I hope I'll get finished before... there's been many speeches around the Chamber tonight, and I think a lot of them have been focused around many of the things that this bill will hopefully achieve. And I can confirm that my honourable friend from Paisley in South Renfrewshire does have two very cute cats. I do, however, want to turn to a much more serious issue, the issue of domestic abuse and domestic violence. One of the most challenging cases that I've picked up as a Member of Parliament since last July is the case of my constituent Caitlin, whose situation I have raised on the floor of the House before, but I will do so again today. Caitlin's partner was arrested for coercive control less than a week after she signed a tenancy agreement with him. Caitlin has never lived in the property that they rented together, but has had to pay thousands of pounds of rent on that property because her mother is the guarantor and he refuses to pay rent on it. The simple fact is she does not have the rights that she needs to be able to get out of that situation. It has had a huge financial impact